Okay, what I miss? Nothing in it. They ain't even back yet. We got a new member, Laura Payne. Shout out to you. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the party. I've seen you in here before. But thanks for becoming a member. Look what y'all been here saying. I'm surprised they're late. Whitaker usually don't play that. And she know they on a tight schedule today since they have so much to get through. They were supposed to be back at 12:30, 6 minutes ago. Ashley, not you joining in. You joining in on the shenanigans. I see. How I come in here and the first comment is Ashley talking about you need merch mail. Don't let them get to you, Ashley. I'm getting a blanket. We need I'm not a lawyer, but ski masks is hilarious. Some ski masks. Them dressing in red doesn't mean anything. I think Kathy Rousson put a thread up because they used to match. The state used to come in color coordinated. Oh, I see on Kathy's feed, she went through the Mickey Stein thing. I'm gonna have to watch that later for real. Oh, I see Kathy's tweet too. Jury observation from our photographer in the courtroom. Jurors seem engaged. Some are leaned forward, taking in the closing. Some are taking notes. There's one juror who is leaned back and her body language doesn't seem interested. That was from Kathy Rousson from Law and Crime. Hey, thanks for the super sticker. Thank you. Oh, not everybody talk. I'm finna block. I'm blocking y'all, merch people. I think I read that Max is gonna go first. You guys are terrible. Green is our color. That's funny. Interesting that some of them are leaned back. Ashley. Ashley became a new member. It's also Patreon. She in there with us. I was trying to find the thread of the times that they matched because Kathy had one, but y'all got me distracted. I'm muted or the stream is muted? Who's muted? Can y'all hear me? I can't iron on another shirt, Mel. Serious. My free thug shirt was hard iron. That's hilarious. Can we at least do a poll just to see who would be interested? I'm not doing a poll because I'm not ready to give merch yet. I have been trying to figure out how to make them one and the same, but unfortunately they are different things. So Patreon, I post in Patreon. I've been trying to get better about the YouTube memberships to post there, but like I always post documents and lawsuit stuff that I don't cover. It's posted in the Patreon. But anytime I'm live for Patreon, I will be live for YouTube. It just comes as a post. And I can't do like the members only post because in the page, it's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. I'm learning. But anyway. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. You see why you get on my nerves. You see, you see why. I'm skipping over all of y'all. You'll get the actually you'll get the look after you're a member for a month. I don't know if I can fix that. Let me see if I can. After you're a member for a month, then you get the logo next to your name as the membership. I don't know if I can make it less time than that immediately because that low key would be cool. I kind of like the logos next to the name. I think it's cool. Laura says at work getting ready to make some popcorn. AirPods are in. That's funny. Let me see if I can do it. Hey, a red wheelbarrow. Welcome to the party. Thanks for joining. My hair is late? Not mine. Thank you for becoming a new member. I'd rather be coloring is hilarious. If you are a member and or Patreon, you joined our live was that Friday? We had a live last Friday, which was a good time. And that's where this coloring note is coming from. Let me see if I can fix what I was trying to do though. Oh, my audio. Y'all are funny. I'm surprised they're late. I want to go back because I wanted to hear the beginning of something. I know Adkins did um the robbing a bank analogy. I didn't get to hear it, but y'all know that's my favorite RICO analogy. So I wanted to hear how he used it, if he used it similar to the way I did. But I'm also memberships. I don't know if I'm going. Oh, settings maybe. Channel community. Nope. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the logo situation. He had some generic clip art. So when you did he use it? You guys, I'm sure I didn't make that up. I've read a lot of things, so I think it's a great analogy, and it's one I definitely have used multiple times. But I'm gonna have to go early. I'm gonna have to find it. I don't want to miss if they actually start, or else I would go back now because that's so interesting. All of these coloring state. Oh shoot! Hold on. You know he watches my TikToks. I think the whole state watched my TikToks. Um, I have to go check on the bacon. I did hear the marathon analogy. That marathon analogy was not hitting. I was like, "Ooh, what?" He said, "I signed up for a half marathon, but there were some older people. I don't want to call them old, but one of them was like 90, and he was doing a marathon. And so my best friend, was like, we should do the marathon." And I was like, "Okay." I said, "What does that have to do with this year?" It's almost exactly 1 year. Like, bruh, what's that got to do today? No gin and juice today. I know. I gotta go check. The analogy was trash. I gotta go. Let me go check on the bacon. Oh, I'll be back again. Okay, I'm back. I can't believe they're not back yet. My goodness. Did I get the time wrong? Didn't she say 12:30 or am I crazy? Let me rewind.
All right, we're gonna take our lunch break at this point. And let's take until 12:30.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. Sabata says, I'm actually very happy with the state's closing so far. It reminds the jury of how god awful their case is. Circumstantial much, no direct evidence. Trashola. Trashola is hilarious. I know. Do I need to be checking for an update from somebody? Because what's happening? This clip I keep seeing circulating of Love looking at Maurice or like doing her eyes is hilarious. Let me see if I can pull it up. This one is from Kristen. I'm going to do it really quick so we hopefully don't miss anything.
So that's one change that's going to ensure that it includes whatever crimes might be alleged in the overt act. So that's one change that's going to ensure that it includes whatever crimes might be alleged in the overt act. So that's one change that's going to ensure that it.
Why is she looking at the camera like that? It's such a terrible. Why is she look at the camera like that? That's funny. That is funny. Oh, I see Gas, and you just tagged me in that too, in a picture. That's funny. I would probably be looking like her too. If I had to be filmed every day for my job, this is my job now, but if I had another job, my old job, and people were constantly scrutinizing me, I would probably have attitude too. I'd be like, yo, let me break this camera so y'all can stop trying to play me. Oh, I see them walking. They about to come back. You see them walking. You there? YSL Mel. I know. I'm actually, the fact that Love is here today, I think it's just to give the illusion of something, but not. The fact that she's not participating in the closings, I think says enough. Like, she's there, but she's not giving the closings, which we all know she wasn't that good at it. See, they already emailed me about that last link. They already emailed me. See, YouTube, they be hating. It's like I need to write them and be like, yo, bro, blame the state. The state, the one that wants to use lyrics in trials. I think Paige also said if there was anything they wanted to review about the jury instructions, they would work it out over lunch. So maybe that's what they're doing. I just don't understand why we're not getting the audio of that, you know? I decided to start a new link because Atkins was playing all them clips of all the music, and YouTube, as soon as you play music, they be like, hey, is that your song? Because if that's not your song, you can't just be playing people's songs in your videos. So, and they comment so quickly, or they catch it so quickly. Their checker for this is like no other platform. TikTok don't care. YouTube be like, hey, what you won't do is put somebody else's music in your video. So they've already emailed me. Jasmine says, I think she just has control issues. She keeps writing notes down for Hylton. Like, girl, Hylton has done better than you. She don't need your input. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you this. The amount of times that she passes notes to them when they are up there, I personally, just to I would be like, bro, leave me alone. I got this. I mean, obviously it's good to be like, yo, did I miss anything I should point out? Like, that's the benefit of having a team, a prosecution team and a defense team, is that they can point out stuff that you miss when you are going through your notes, like whatever, that's good. But the way she be doing it, I agree. I would be like, bro, leave me alone. Stop with your notes. I tell the story better than you. All right, let me stop because I don't be liking to fast with people. But I too would be like, I'm clearly doing better than you. I don't know why this isn't here, what this is in regard to, but it made me laugh. I'm curious.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schardt, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go, y'all. Come on, podium directly at the jurors. Let's go. Wait,
Accusations are easy to make.
wait, y'all see Kokomo? Why is Kokomo in the witness box? Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm not gonna do this the whole time. I just got hyped because Max ain't playing. Max, is it playing? Okay, let's go. I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. Banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Shymel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Schardt, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the mission plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially, they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert witnesses, more specifically the gang investigators that they have called. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction 130 about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness, and you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about the training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember, and we asked about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses, these experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV? Remember this? This Kokomo, that's not 471 VV. And actually, could you put up 471 VBA first? Okay, we saw that video, but first, actually, VB. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us, not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Shymel Drinks. I run with, what you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. That's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Can you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post.
I'm muting.
A story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick.
Oh, okay, I'm not.
A whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right?
Young Boy Never Broke Again.
Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond for whatever point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols, words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here, but I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember, we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in, about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am, I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang. All right. Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Atkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially, the way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on two different aspects as relates to the case against Shymel Drinks, this RICO case, count one. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around, knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7, that someone committed or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy. So, thank you, Mr. Baker. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes, just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slap. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization. We've heard from different young men, and again, we heard from them in the year 2024, talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind, when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living. And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slap. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cap. We saw those videos and I'm watching all these videos and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show like bad kids or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals. Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then they played this video and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Fitz Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high price sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that. Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman the sleeves are all nasty. And the thing comes down to like his navel. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him, picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Quick Jacking out here. RICO, you came on in here.
Hold on, look. My partner say this man stole his swag. No.
Hey, Jay, how you say he do it?
Hold on. Let me wind it out.
Hey, I get on the nigga.
Hold on. My nigga, Lil Chell say he the king of white swagging, right? Shut up one time. Let's just let these folks see what you're doing now.
Rocked out right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you check him out now. What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide, I would run, I would stay inside, I'd be ashamed, I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner. Next second, it's up the street. And then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing, many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote unquote gang that they're saying exists? You know, Detective Belknap, first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? This group of young men, many of whom are musicians, many of whom have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure, no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You're a square, you're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one's sending anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive.
That's a good point.
The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case. So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shymel Drinks, that's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shymel Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay. He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat. Uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out gang. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The Game. It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that, but it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization. Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warm-ups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts, that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in a song or slime in a song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging, about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavious Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you, on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? And look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts.
It was petty drugs.
They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment, like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get down, boy. And he has a gun. And he gets into it with the officer and shoots. And runs. And then another officer shoots at him and he shoots back. And he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there. No one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL. Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free. completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested, somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined? Doesn't make any sense.
His theatrics and like the confusing face, I love it. Like, yes, give it to us. Add on to the what?
In review of count one, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens and Clamarvius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count one must be not guilty. Let's talk about count two. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21. Actually, you don't need to do it. Count two is the charge from January 10, 2015, the murder of Donovan Thomas, okay? But before we start talking about the evidence in the case, and we will, let's talk about music, okay? We know that Shannon was working on music. I think we've made that clear through his phone, through the fact that he's always at the studio, through the fact that he has songs on his phone, multiple songs, some we've heard, some we haven't heard. Clearly, that's what he's doing in life. But we've also heard about drill music. We heard from Investigator Viverito. We heard from Antonio Sumlin. We heard from other people. We heard about the common themes of drill music, the things that make you marketable in that space, okay? Violence, confrontation, having bodies, homicide, guns, more guns, bigger guns, being the toughest, being the baddest, not being scared, being a danger, okay? And I'm not asking any of you to like that. I'm not suggesting I like that. Detective Underwood, she clearly didn't like it, and I'm not saying she's wrong. But it is what it is. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular, and that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music: ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon's songs. We heard Slap Talk, Lizard Walk, Red Light, featuring B-Slime and Vito. Bull, S-H-I-T, with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and Ran This Money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. And in those songs, I agree. We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either. But it is art. And when he references beating a homicide, when he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's how he's known. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. It just is what it is. We saw a post that Shannon Stillwell made on January 27, 2022, on page 24, Mr. Kokomo. And this is the untranslated version, but I'm not hiding from it. The translated version says peanut stone grave. But what does it say? I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Life size, hashtag life size lizard. Lizard, what he's rapping under, lizard walk. Okay? And it says Manny Tumba de Piedra. What's he talking about here? Fell off 100 times. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have two things for you to consider. First, maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, the police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the Green Store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold to do that, that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tiara Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Stillwell, scarring his head to this day, putting him in the hospital for months, putting the mother of his child in the hospital for a month. And then, when the police come to talk to Mr. Stillwell, remember what he does? He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asks the officer, can I write a letter of remorse to Tiara Jones's family? And he does. And then the officer says, well, can you talk to me about the case? And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that car, that red car that sped up behind him, tried to kill him and killed Tiara Jones. He gave up those names. And what was his reward? Page 26, Mr. Kokomo. I think it was Investigator Griffin, I think is the investigator that was investigating that case. What did he tell you? The discovery got out and it was posted online. And the fact that Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and coming at him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was so made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones's family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the Green Store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in the hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. So yeah, maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. You keep putting me down 100 times, you're making me fall, and I keep getting back up. And what's it all? Ultimately, what's the origin story of it all? The death of Donovan Thomas. That's how it started. It doesn't mean he did it. That's how it started. That's why he has that target on his back. There's another possibility as well. Mr. Stillwell is just a kid who was raised by his grandmother in Thomasville. Nothing more, nothing less. But all of a sudden, he was known as a tough guy behind this. Wasn't true, but that was the public perception. That was the persona that was thrust on him. And maybe, while he was sick of it, sick of being shot at, sick of being chastised, sick of being threatened, maybe also a calculation was made. You know what? If they're going to keep shooting at me, I might as well lean into this a little bit. That does have traction in the streets. That does have traction in the music industry. Maybe that's why he's hashtagging his rap name in the post. The bottom line is, yes, I acknowledge he's referencing Donovan Thomas in songs. He's not giving any inside information in these songs that wasn't publicly known. Remember, he had been arrested. He'd been at prelims. He knows what the case is about. He's heard testimony about the case by this time, by the time he's making his songs. So he's not sharing any information that only the killer would know. Of course he's not, because he's not the killer. But maybe he is leaning into the bad boy image a little bit. But here's the thing. You might like my explanation or not. But could you put on 27, please? So let's just think. If songs were confessions, what would that really mean? Could you put on 28? Remember that song, Homicide by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland? Who played the role of the assassin? Threat, Trevante Turner. You watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas. Who put money on his head? Kenneth Copeland. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland is confessed. He hasn't been charged. He's not sitting here on this indictment.
This is good.
So maybe
for him to bring
songs are just songs. And posts are just posts. So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't identify anyone. We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working in the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wash. He washed Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. then we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone.
I'm going to be very quick, but I think him bringing the Woody video back up again, particularly in relation to this, lyrics are confessions and all of that. And Florida Lawyer, I think you're making great points in here, but I think him raising that point back up, if I was a juror in the back, I don't know how you reconcile that. I don't know how you reconcile that Woody video. Okay, I'm back.
Someone named Nicholas Robinson. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator Thorpe talked about it, and definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? We heard about Nicholas Robinson September of 2015. He was being arrested for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys arrested me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay? And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. And she's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events. And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints. We have an infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing the Fulton County Blues. That was the theme of my opening.
Don't I remember it? So good. So good, Max.
As it's played out, it turns out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful.
There it is.
And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these two witnesses, Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the two witnesses. And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars. They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it, but that's their line. But let's think about that for a second. That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names. Quindarius Zachary? Is he on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland? Is he on this indictment? No. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015. Yet, he's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overacts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did. And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment. Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same tests you do for those quote unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand, a case, 21 CP 197618, State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail.
Yes, I remember.
And he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges or tried to bring charges against this poor jail worker. What do we know? The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked into. And it was. And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime, 2 felonies, excuse me.
Drink your water, Max.
So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies, false statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden,
It's not.
as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. They decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Infiniti on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain, and they brought it to me, and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff, and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demekion Garlington supposedly told him. And Curry, investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie, denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an infinity. Those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10th, 2015. Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So this is a picture from June 10th, 2015 that's in evidence, and it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit, but let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10th, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges. That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers? He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson in Deshaun's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshaun's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshaun's car. And so now we got two guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and then he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threatened no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you, Max Schardt said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime, but don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat. That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else do they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48. And then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story, or he's upset with Mr. Garlington if Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say, Max, we get it. He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah. That was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez.
Mike and Quez!
But what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez, not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35. And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
First thing I did, I ain't got to do it. I lied him to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened, I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. The very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about Thug. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught in a recorded line saying as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words. Mr. Kokomo, if you put on page 36.
I can't wait to see what he's going to say about drinks.
This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial?
Let me just quickly say again for context, because I saw a couple comments, right? Remember, they don't have a ton of evidence for Shannon and Donovan Thomas. What they have really is Kenneth Copeland testimony, in interview, the June 10th one, his interview, and then Quindarius Zachary. That's really what the state rested their head on for what they say happened to Donovan Thomas. So he is spending this time really poking holes in their credibility, because that's really what they are basing this on for the Donovan Thomas murder specifically. So just know that that's kind of the journey I think that we're going on right now.
He admitted that he lied on Shannon in two prior statements, one August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those two statements, those two lies he told about Shannon Stillwell, were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, oh, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither, we heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 185 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie. And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015, that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demekion Darlington, because Demekion had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way to get back at Demekion, because at that time, Demekion and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay, Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration. And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home. I'm always sick. I wasn't there. And the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarius Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally, he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand what a proper session is, as it was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could. And the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given, and then they can give any consideration that they deem appropriate to Quindarius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the 2 statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid, I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in the classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me. I remember whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won their Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first Black president, our first Black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in, what channel I was watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face. While I was watching with my wife on her bed
Not Will and Chris
in our old house, while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, "We caught Nut down bad." On August 5th, 2015, he said, "We caught Nut down bad." And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, "Oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad, and he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car." What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house, and we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story? No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else to save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these 2 liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these 2 known liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that charts, that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It says, it tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did ADA Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. the green store that is what? A minute away from the barber shop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick?
Nope.
What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. Don't just, you're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the green store, not outside the barber shop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the green store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the green store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same green store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the green store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe, so you tried to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the green store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh, no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the green store. Why would I go to the green store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we ask Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because Everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here, you ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hapeville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shooter, DA Sprinkle. What did DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims, and it's in his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas?
Talk to us then, Max.
It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who's the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I know someone. Yeah.
I got somebody, I don't know his name. He was there. He everything. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. Mm-hmm. They had a barbecue. Mm-hmm. But the barbecue did go out. It was blood. Everything blood. Mm-hmm. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night, they gave every last one a gun. Said, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and he told me everything he said. Is this person in front of yours?
That's good. The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti, an Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams. Because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime, that's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just two witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. Two people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But two witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay? That was my hint.
Let's take that report. Everybody try to be back as soon as you can, and as soon as we can get all the jurors taken care of, we'll all get back, because this is going to be a long day.
Ooh, y'all. Ooh, y'all. How you feeling? How you feeling? I think that, I think starting off, here's the thing that I think was good. I believe, this is obviously, I'm not a lawyer, or a juror in this case, but I think giving the jurors permission to discredit the experts is so good. He started off saying, you can disregard the experts. I think sometimes when you are given information from somebody who is an authority, right, an authoritative figure, you may feel like, well, but they said, right? I can imagine being there, but they said. So starting off with reminding them, you can disregard what they got to say. Okay, let's start there. So if you already are discrediting them and the APD, right? And then you move to RICO, which I think you have to disregard the experts first, because that's what the RICO is built on. It's built on their word. It's built on them saying this is the gang and they did these things, and they pulled this case together, right? And so when you start with, you ain't even got to believe what they talking about, I think that's good. I'm not a lawyer. I think that's good. Then you move on to and this is the other thing, because I think the Florida lawyer was saying it too. Or maybe it was Stara, highlighting, right? When you're able to make things relatable to you, this logo isn't a dig at the opposition. This is Future and Thug's collaboration. When you're able to provide a different perspective of something, you start to feel like maybe the state really had blind spots. Maybe they were so zoomed in on this one version of events that they didn't even see that it could have been something else. When you're talking about the 24 million diamond in Uzi Vert's head, and it's like, it's a hit on their head. And then you have the defense come on and say, actually, it's not a hit on somebody's head. Somebody literally put 24 million diamond in their head. When you start to see, oh, this could be looked at differently. For me, it starts to be like, oh, well, maybe they didn't really investigate it. Maybe what they're saying is wrong. Maybe they were so focused in on what they wanted this to mean and to be that they didn't see that it could have meant and been something else. So I think that that's good. I think that man, listen, you start to feel gaslit. There was many times during this trial when the state would do their direct, and Brian Steele would get up and be like, I'm pretty sure it was Brian, when he literally, the state had gone through all these tweets of Thug saying gang or blood. And they just were like, look at this gang, look at this blood, look at Thug tweeting, all these things. And then I think it was either Schardt or Steele, but they got up and they were like, look, when you do search on Twitter, you could just search a word and then it highlights the word. And he was like, look at all these tweets. You see how blood and gang is highlighted? So what the state did, right, without any investigation, they just were like, hey, let's search all the times that Thug said blood and then let's pull them. So he was like, they didn't even look at what was tweeted before. They didn't look at what was tweeted after. They took what they wanted. They did a general search for blood on Thug's Twitter and then inserted that as fact. And that's when I remember being like, oh, this is dumb. Y'all are not even trying to investigate. You are making things look to be the way you want them to look and to be. No context, no investigation. And then you go into count 2, Donovan Thomas, which I think they have the least. I would be shocked if they get a guilty on count 2 for Donovan Thomas, because I think Max Schardt has done an incredible job showing that it was not Stillwell or Diamante. You know, they are both charged with that murder for Donovan Thomas. I think, Star's agreeing with me. If you disregard the experts, that's the best argument against the RICO. I agree. Look at me getting backed up by an attorney. Ow, I'm out here. No, I just, literally what I just said in my video. I am, okay. And then I was going on to Donovan Thomas. They have the least amount of evidence for Donovan Thomas, the least amount. And the thing that charge is literally resting on the words of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary. I mean, Schardt just said there's no reports. There's no surveillance. There's no, the surveillance they have puts Diamante at that gas station, which I think explained that one. Okay. But they don't pull it together. They don't pull it together. I don't think they pull that together. I think he's done an amazing job giving motive. The other thing is, while you don't have to have a motive for cases, as a regular human being person, we want to know why. Just naturally, we want to know why. So you don't have to have a motive, but when you have one, it just helps you. It helps you a lot. It helps you put I can see why that happened, right? Or else you're just left wondering why. Why would this person do that? Why would they kill them? That's how it feels when it comes to the Donovan. It feels why. And then Kenneth Copeland enters the chat by way of Max Schardt. And he gives you a motive. He gives you a why. And you're easily able to understand stuff, in my opinion, when you have a why. And he has given the why. He has painted a picture. And I think I would be shocked if they get a guilty on that Donovan Thomas. I would be honestly really surprised, because I think he's done an amazing job. There is nothing that ties Stillwell there outside of Zachary and Copeland. There is literally there's nothing. Yak got the video because he was at the gas station. It's like it flips a little bit, right? Because for Donovan Thomas, you have the video of Yak inside the gas station. And then for Shymel Drinks, you have the video of Shannon Stillwell in the gas station. So it's like it flips. But I think that they are so far off on that Donovan Thomas. I think they are very, very far. I'm curious how he's going to finagle this Shymel Drinks, because I think when you break down the video, and I've seen all the close-ups and the blah, blah, and the blah, blah, I agree. There's a lot of questions, but I think that's a much harder case. I think that is a much bigger fight for Max to have to fight. I think that Shymel Drinks is more challenging. And if they're not in the back, look, did the car brake? Did the stop? If they're not in the back doing that to the video, hey, you might be in trouble. So I am really curious. He gonna have to drive home that third car. He gonna have to drive home that they didn't expect to see them. He gonna have to drive home that the brake lights were still moving, and the examiner said that based on the way he was shot, he wouldn't have been able to put his foot on the brake. He gonna have to drive all that home. The tent wasn't messed up. He gonna have to drive all that home, because that one is much harder. Star says, you don't think a guilty on either murder? I am so curious. I'm curious about that second one. I really am. I think I'm really intrigued to see Schardt talk about the Shymel Drinks one. And honestly, if you get yak off of the Thomas murder, I think Weinstein can do a good job regarding the other stuff that was found in Thug's house, because those are some of his other charges, the stuff that was found in Thug's house. I think Yak could have a good situation here. That's me. This is me. I think he might be in a good situation. He gonna have to, yeah. I'm gonna be very, very curious about. I want to see Schardt cook on this drinks, and that's the one I'm gonna be most curious about. Honestly, I don't know where I fare out when it comes to the RICO. I don't know where I fare out, because I don't think that they've proven. Here's the problem. I don't think that they've proven that. Well, y'all don't want my true opinion. I don't think that they've proven that most of the crimes were done in furtherance of. I don't think that they've proven that the most of it was done in furtherance of. I think that Lucci situation gets real sticky. That's my opinion. I think the Lucci get real sticky. Well, that's true too, because this is Star is saying, and a lot of Shannon charges are based on Shymel Drinks. You have to believe that to believe the street gang charges. That's the other thing. They soup up these charges, right? It's like if you are charged with the murder, right? You shot somebody, you can get charged with the murder, but then you're charged with possession, right, of the firearm to commit the murder, and then you're charged with gang charges because they're saying you committed the murder as a criminal street gang activity. So this one crime all of a sudden becomes 4 or 5 charges, all souped up from the one. So that's the thing. If he gets off on the murder, then all these other ones could go away. And that the gang charge also. One of the questions I have, if you're a lawyer in here, because I'm not one. Okay, Star saying ain't no way. Star says ain't no way they are guilty on Donovan Thomas or Shymel Drinks. Okay. No, I'm Reign Supreme says no, because the Lucci guy calls after the facts, but the co-CO has to be involved in order for the Lucci thing to work. I don't all the way understand your question. I mean your statement. Say it again for me. I'm very curious. I think that this is a good point too. Tiffany is talking about Schardt did a big one on the RICO saying there's no blood in and blood out. I think that was good too. This is a gang. This is what I was also reacting to. When Atkins was talking, he said that he specifically said wiping the nose is a sign of murder. And I was like, I thought it was slime, that like snot, like wipe your nose because you're slimy, snotty. Like, why? I didn't know it specifically meant I killed somebody. That's extreme. Atkins, when did you make that leap? So that was weird. But anyway, my point is, I think that Schardt did such a good job talking about this gang, but anybody can do it. Anybody can join. They've even said anybody can join. There's no fee, I guess $25 sometimes. You don't get jumped. Like, making this not feel like an organized crime. Yeah. Let me read some of y'all comments. Yeah, and I think the defense did such a good job in being able to make this feel like pop culture and not specific to a gang, right? Like, I don't know blood hand signals because I don't know them. But like the slime thing is like pop culture. But I think crip walking I think became a part of culture. But like doing and I'm not even about to, because I don't even know them. I like that blood hand signals doesn't feel like pop culture. It feels specific to a gang. So being able for the defense to like make these signals that the state has again relied on. Look at these plea deals. They say they have hand signals, they have this. And so being able to show other people not involved or associated with this gang using those signals that y'all say are so specific to the gang. I mean, who knows? Who knows what the jurors are thinking? These are the things we think on the outside. Yeah. And again, right. So is everybody a part of the gang? Peach, I don't know. I don't know if you actually spell it. I think you do. I don't know. And then the classes he talked about, all good stuff. I think it was all good stuff. I'm just reading what y'all said. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. And I can't wait to hear, what's up? You can answer. Let me mute myself. What's up?
Well, Kyle,
Sorry. Okay. Some of them are in gangs. Jack would have been at UGA wiping his nose. Girl, yes. I think that was such a good point too. They take these classes, and guess who teaches the classes? Them to each other, and then they work with each other to come up with these And when you add on, here's the other thing that I'm just so curious. When you add on how the state behaved, I think her getting rebuked in front. Remember, Love got rebuked in front of the jurors, all that stuff. Seeing, what's his name? Glanville at the beginning, yelling at folks, but seeming to frequently side with the state. Like, I'm curious. You have everything Schardt is laying out, but then you just have your own personal opinions, right? As people about the state. And you start to feel, this is kind of dirty. Like, this is kind of wrong how they're doing this. Like, all of that. I'm so curious. This is going to be so interesting. My good Spellman sister. Well, thank you. You must be a Morehouse brother. YSL is not the same as these gangs out here taking people out over turf. Atlanta is a metropolis with beef and people with issues. If he breaks it down like he did with Nut, then definitely a not guilty on both counts. I can't wait to see. I can't wait. Is it going to be here's why. Okay. And please, I don't obviously know what happened. Here's why. I think as people, right? People who watch Law and Order SVU, people who love a good true crime documentary. One of the things that I think love as people is physical evidence. We love fingerprints. We love DNA. We love video. We love that kind of stuff, right? And so that's why I think it's the hardest, because that video puts them at the scene. Now, what happens specifically, and again, you have to zoom in and you have to all of that, but that's why I think it's the hardest, because we as people love the physical, actual, there's a fingerprint, that's his fingerprint, he was there. We love that kind of stuff. And so the fact that they have a video, him at the gas station, Chymel's at the gas station, they leave, they get to the light, he zooms off, the man is now dead. You have all of that. You have to get into the really deep intricacies, and you have to do all the zooms in order to refute it. Hi, babe. But that's why I think it's the uphill battle. That's why I'm thinking it's the hard. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not saying it can't be done, and I'm not saying there's some doubt. I'm just saying that I think people love that kind of stuff, and that's what makes it harder. I don't even remember my question. Mel, what was your question for lawyers in the chat? I'm not a lawyer, but want to know, girl. I don't even remember. And my child has come in and got me off my game. Oh, and then let's not forget Dennis. You see Dennis, then you don't see Dennis, and then they say forget Dennis. How does that make you feel about the state, their witnesses?
Please. How much longer, Mr. Schardt? How much longer?
Good point. No DSR though. And we love DSR too. That's a good point. Good point. That's a good point. Like you got the video, but how come there's no gunshot register? Make that make sense. Yeah, what's behind my door? 100% praise and hustle. We just like to speculate and be wrong every time.
Page 44.
I want a lawyer poll and a non-lawyer poll. I want to know if lawyers think that there's enough for, I know Starr said not guilty on both murders. I want other lawyers to weigh in on that, and then I want to see how that compares to non-lawyers. I'm just out of curiosity.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Schardt.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I see the coffee. I can take a hint. We're almost there, okay? We're going to move on to the Shymel Drinks murder from March 14th, 2022. And there are several counts regarding this case. Count 49 charges my client, Mr. Stillwell, with murder. Mr. Kokomo, if you could show 50. 50 charges participation in criminal street gang activity based on the murder. 51 charges criminal street gang activity based on the murder. And 52 charges possession of firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is all of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shymel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shymel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm, we know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay, that's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone, and we also heard about some other things. We heard about a article that Mr. Stillwell or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being in we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from drill music, about ops. That was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything. But they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find, and that was what she found. We heard about social media posts, and we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito, and we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine, Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't going to be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the post is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now, how it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged, okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about these other accounts. Edgewood, I think it was Edgewood James and Joey Hurst, 2 other accounts that weren't necessarily their names, may have been kind of like pseudo accounts or fictitious accounts, celebrating in really the most vile ways possible, celebrating the deaths of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and she confirmed, even if they're fictitious accounts, you can see who was posting. You could pull an IP address. You could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed, she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cal. And we saw the post that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes, 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to Investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes in his own way with the shells. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so I asked Investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stillwell, let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased, even she had to admit that. Ballistics is interesting because we on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot 40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and a make and model from that picture and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer. Shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shymel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one time handling a gun in some pawn shop.
You guys, I'm gonna cry. Can you see me? I'm gonna cry.
The police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, just don't play it. Thank you. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demekion Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st. Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail and he's talking to Demekion Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about it. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling Lil, I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know,
Cause they saying he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. It seems as it got gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh, no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were, in fact, at the gas station. They're having a private conversation, and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you.
Yeah, I already know. Like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them, you know, they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
Yeah.
Gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now, listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T, the gunpowder forensic, does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No, he sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know that gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T. That's the comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter. It was unforeseen that Shymel Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Shymel Drinks, okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone. We heard from Miss Alexander, who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in the cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot them. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance, gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive. And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. It was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. We acknowledge that as well. If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car, distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is to get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into Investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way, not really concealing his identity there. And he tells Investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourselves, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Shymel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain. Dr. Sims Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury. Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot, is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sims Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot, that shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sims Stanley said, no, that would not be possible. It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute. Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. We know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was the crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And she informed us that it was, in fact, Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked crime scene tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you? Collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car. And she said, yes, the location seemed appropriate. The location of the headliner seemed appropriate. And the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof. She cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up just like she does in every other case. She did her job. She collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue. I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Okay, does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain the gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner. And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means zero. Zero particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client. Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a little timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. We're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell in a driving fast. We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a 5th car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a 3rd time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video, and we're going to watch it. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drinks, red verse on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drinks. We see a fourth car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. Pause. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about, Red Light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yeah, and this shit real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you? Is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this fourth car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones in this Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on.
This is good. Good circle back.
Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That fourth car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that fourth car that has never been identified, has never been tested for gunshot residue, is now next to Mr. Drinks. And there's a fifth car driving up the street, driving up Windsor Street. And let's see what happens. Stop. Okay, back it up, Mr. Kokomo, a couple of seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the fifth car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waving at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Sim Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds. What could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. Remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots, because one projectile ends up going into his arm and it's on the seat and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up sadly in his body and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, the exit where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment. That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, you see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that fourth car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa, going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that fourth car, leaves the scene. That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds after Mr. Stillwell had already left. It is scientifically impossible that Mr. Stillwell killed Mr. Stillwell. Couple that with the gunshot residue test that proves that a gun was not fired from the car. Couple that with Mr. Stillwell's behavior, him not distancing himself from the car, but extending his rental. Couple that with the call that we heard on the wiretap of him and Mr. Garlington speaking candidly, talking about how the police are just making an assumption that they know they did nothing to Mr. Drinks. This case is clear. Mr. Stillwell, as convenient as it is, inconvenient as it is for the state to admit it, he didn't kill Mr. Drinks.
Okay, Max Schardt, I think, just got that boy not guilty on both of them charges because that was impeccable. That was phenomenal. I mean, pay that man what he's worth. Give him the coins. He deserves the money. That right. Listen, if you were sitting in that box and said anything that I had said before I said what I said, okay, before he said what if you was in there and then you heard him do that, child, okay, I'm gonna get back to it. That boy good. Max Schardt, pay him the money. Okay, I'm gonna shut up, but pay him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude. For nearly a decade, the prosecution, the police, the gang investigators, they have focused on this group of people, Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, and many others. They're young men that grew up in hard times and had dreams of their own. They saw something different in Mr. Williams, a confidence, an ability to turn negative to positive, like so many hip-hop artists before him. They were attracted to Mr. Williams. They identified with him, but they also saw opportunity to chase their own dreams, to get in a studio, to make connections, to hopefully make it big. And it worked out for some of them. Wooney Lee is now a signed artist. He's not alone. But for nearly a decade, these gentlemen have been followed on social media. Prosecutors and police officers have listened to their music, have scrutinized their artistic expression, leaving no room for artistic license, leaving no room for hyperbole. They've searched residences, they've taken jewelry, they've seized cars, they've subpoenaed phone records, they've taken people's cell phones, they've extracted the contents of those cell phones, they've tapped phones, and most egregiously, they have systematically sought out people that are so weak, so scared of jail, so scared of the consequences of their own action, that they are willing to lie on others to save their own skin. And they have systematically sought out those people, and systematically sought out those people at the very time when those people were in crisis. And they've made threats to those people about how they're going to be locked up for decades, not get out till they're 48 years old. And they've made implicit promises to those people. Help me, help you. You're a small fish. We're interested in the big fish. I'll be on the phone with the DA as soon as we are done. This ain't 68 plus 1. I'm not going to do you and you owe me one. It don't work like that. You have to give information. You're an armed career criminal. You're going away for 25 years, no parole. It's all up to you. They're going to ask, what did he do to help himself out? That's the game, the sick game that has been played, that's built this case from its inception. It needs to stop. For over a year, the prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. That album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overt act, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? And how they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang related, just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on an end's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering an assassination, and they bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And that gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, nothing that is synonymous with gangs as we know it, letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms. Worldwide, people identifying with YSL, and they bang and try to make it something it's not, and label it a hybrid gang. Think about the FedEx video. How many different versions did we hear? How many different hypotheticals from the state? Oh, no muzzle flash, must have been shot inside the car. Oh, well, no GSR, must be shot from outside the car. Oh, well, the windows were just tinted, can't roll down the window, must have opened the door. Oh, no GSR, must have been cleaned. Oh, no evidence of it being cleaned, must have been vacuumed. Oh, or maybe Scientist Colvin with the GBI, maybe he tested it incorrectly. Maybe he only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag, this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there, just continuing to try to bang, 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 bang. Just make it fit. Make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth. They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, all bodily control would be lost. And we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, bang, bang and try so hard to make it fit. I've had enough of the hammering. I've had enough of the square peg. I've had enough of their narrative and their theory. It's been a year. It's time to put the hammer down. Let's follow the evidence and not the state's narrative. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will return the only just verdict in that case and find Mr. Stillwell not guilty. If we follow the evidence and not the narrative about count 2, Donovan Thomas, you will find that the testimony, the uncorroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland, admitted liar Quindarius Zachary is woefully insufficient. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty, count 2. And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shymel Drinks. Not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
Counsel, approach real fast for me.
I stepped out, so I missed that last bit of what he said. I don't know if he said anything different than what he was already saying. Big Mac's not the little one. Big Mac's not the little one. I tell you what, I think that breakdown was great. I think that one of the things that you have to imagine or believe, I'm not a lawyer, y'all know that, but I'd imagine that you go into this, hopefully, if there's anybody not sure, which this has been a long trial, but if there's anybody unsure, like really put it out there to try to get anybody that's not, that's in the middle or whatever, do your best to try to get them on your side. And I think that was amazing. I really, really do. Let me see what y'all are saying. Star says, I will be shocked if she doesn't let Hylton go tomorrow. She said last Thursday when they talked about this, she said, we are going until 7 because I want all closings done on Monday so I can charge on Tuesday and they can deliberate on Wednesday. They were very adamant about that. So it is a lot. It is a lot.
I'm trying to figure out timing. I know y'all were told that this might be a late day, and it's going to be a late day. We're going to hear from Mr. Weinstein. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll hear the states close, and then we'll be done for the day. We'll come back tomorrow and get the instructions. All right, go ahead, Ms. Weinstein.
Oh, they said I'm behind. You know what? It's because I paused it. You're right. My bad. It's because I have paused it. I'm just trying to catch us up.
I'm Doug Weinstein, as y'all know, and I have the pleasure of representing Diamante Kendrick, along with my co-counsel, Katie Haggerty, who's sitting back there right now. Mr. J. Apt also represents Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be here right now. And good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon, counsel. I am thrilled to finally be able to speak directly to you all. We've seen each other in the hallways, we've seen each other in the break room and here in court, but I haven't been able to address you directly. The first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family. I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial hanging over him. So let's get a move on. You have heard a bit about Diamante Kendrick over the course of this trial. So I'm going to just talk about him for a few minutes. As you heard, Diamante, first of all, he originates from Miami. He came from Miami, he moved here, but he was a football star at Grady. And he had a scholarship to UGA to play football. That's a path out that a lot of people take. That is a path up. For a lot of folks in Diamante's situation, the path out is football, either as a career or as a scholarship opportunity to get a college education, to make a better life for yourself. And then another alternative is often music. And while he had that chance to go to UGA, it got derailed. And it got derailed through something that was at no point Mr. Kendrick's responsibility, but it got derailed. So he had to look for something else. And what did he look for? He looked for music. He turned to music because he didn't want to live in that life anymore. He wanted to move beyond it. But yeah, he made some mistakes back then. He made some mistakes back in 2015. And he has paid his price for that. He has paid his dues that he owed society for that. And since that time, he has done nothing but turn to his art, turn to his music, writing lyric after lyric after lyric, laying down tracks. But instead of allowing him to move on with his life, he has become sucked up in this targeting of Jeffrey Williams and has become collateral damage. And these attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And there's been so many rights, so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation that the state has simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point. And the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams? They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind, he tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. You can get into music. You can hone your craft. I can take you on the road with me. I can take you out of this. And some people took advantage of that and pulled themselves out, took advantage of Jeffrey's help. Some people tried to do that and failed, and Jeffrey Williams sent them back home. They didn't succeed. And Mr. Kendrick took a hold of that. And Mr. Kendrick took advantage of that opportunity that Jeffrey helped him. But instead, law enforcement put a target on Jeffrey Williams' back, because God forbid anybody pull themselves out of that. Because what does society want to do? Drag them back again. Never let them leave their past behind. God forbid someone leave that behind and pull themselves out up from their bootstraps. That's what we tell ourselves as a country. If you work hard enough, you can pull yourself out. Let's see what you guys say. So I would argue that we have not wasted your time here for a year. I'm going to argue that the state hasn't wasted your time, that this court hasn't wasted your time, and that we can salvage something out of this year that we have taken from you. And that is to send a message. And you're going to send a message by going in the back, looking at the evidence that's presented to you. And I think any review of that evidence would have you come back with findings of not guilty on all the charges against Mr. Kendrick. Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house when Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you. That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear, but we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you. What did the state promise you? Again, a wolf pack with a ruthless wolf pack leader. It's late in the day. With a ruthless wolf pack leader that is here. And instead, You saw that man that wouldn't leave his friends behind. As the state has told you, as Mr. Schardt told you, the state has to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to prove every element of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's just talk about reasonable doubt for a moment. So when the state began today, they told you that you don't have to seek out doubt. They don't want you to think about doubt. But the standard is they have to prove their case to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The court is going to charge you. They're going to tell you, for example, that grave suspicion is not sufficient. And let me read you the charge you're going to hear. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Mr. Schardt already explained so much about the evidence presented regarding the tragic killing of Donovan Thomas. And I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through. But I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. And as Mr. Schardt so ably demonstrated to you, I think that there are others whose perhaps guilt or responsibility for Donovan Thomas's death has been demonstrated far more than my client's alleged responsibility. Briefly, to not belabor the point that Mr. Schardt brought up, let's talk about Kenneth Copeland, Little Rudy. He was a character, right? I mean, he sat in that witness box, and he's a charismatic fellow, a very interesting guy. And he has certainly made the most of his star turn in this courtroom. But he never testified on this stand that Diamante had anything to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas. He never testified on the stand that Demikian Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about at the McDonald's, he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Schardt, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas, and the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demikian Garlington. How'd you like the testimony of Demikian Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demikian Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Schartt's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now is the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. He said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart. I have God in my head. Now, the state would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth. And they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison. The state is the one that has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. Quindarius Zachary, again, he lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. And when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? He said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. Never showed me nothing but love. But he lied on them anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco, and he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac. He talks to another car that pulls up. He gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably, He teleports into the infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it because there's been no testimony about him in an infinity. How do we know it's an infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with, infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics, no fingerprints, no gunpowder residue, no DNA, nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spin that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh, you poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any. Who killed Donovan Thomas? I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas, but I think Mr. Schart's theory has some merit. Let's turn to the allegations that YSL is a gang. The state had to bring in 5 different gang experts. You guys had to sit through 5 different gang experts to try to convince you that YSL is a gang. Now, they gave you the definition of a traditional gang, and these gang experts, who, as Mr. Schardt pointed out, all sit there and train each other in this insular little unit, but they told you, yeah, they're not a traditional gang. They don't meet the definition of a traditional gang. But lo and behold, we have another category of gang. It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang? Oh, a hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang. Well, hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say, that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Schardt talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You know, someone, I guess, alleged there might be a $25 dues fee or something ridiculous to that effect. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait, they are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN.
I was right. Hylton was
I
laughing.
guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now, the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and furtherance of the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. Don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. And that's the narrative. The snake on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did he get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? Well, they can tell you. I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something, and the mentalist would tell you, "Oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50. It's 47." It's actually quite impressive. Apparently, Investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. Mr. Kendrick does modeling shots. So someone will say to Mr. Kendrick, "Hey, hold this hat." Oh, that's gang. The hat has a rat with a line through it. That's gang activity. We're sending a message to everybody. There's a photo taken outside at the time of a video shoot for music. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at that. Gang activity. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say SLAT outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights. More gang activity. It's just exhausting, folks. All right. The racketeering charge. Racketeering is very complicated, as you all know. And the state explained racketeering to you. So I'm not going to go into all of the details of what it takes for you guys to find racketeering. Although I do want to repeat, you have to find each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not going to be able to do that with Mr. Kendrick. So I only want to focus on a few parts. Just bear with me. It's late in the day. Late in the day. Just give me a little more time. A few parts of the racketeering charge. First of all, The state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. Criminal. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Schardt said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Tick is supposed to, Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around. But it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. Tick. I have to go on a side note on Tick, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, they were trying to avoid the fate of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, remember, I'd love you to go back and listen, read his testimony. Remember, look at your notes. At the age of 11, society threw him away. They threw him away. They tossed him in juvie, where he learned about gangs and drugs and everything else. Threw his life away. And he's trying to get his life in order again. And he's dragged back into this. State says one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in? The state had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing there. If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. Mr. Kendrick was trying to make it out. Mr. Kendrick would not let himself be thrown away like happened to Mr. Stevens. So I don't believe there's a conspiracy that's been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. What else has the state not shown? Well, they've not shown a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a few. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined the conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge. That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang. And by the way, You heard testimony. Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label, but that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. Depending on the outcome of this case, at least to this point, being signed to a record label, even a rap record label, is not a crime in the US. What else hasn't the state shown? They haven't shown a pattern of racketeering activity. And the key here is pattern. And part of the key to pattern is there has to be interrelatedness. And I'm sorry about the legalese. I promise I am. But I have to talk about it. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern. So I believe that when you look at all of the evidence, you're going to need to go back to the jury room. And I believe once you deliberate, you're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss and we'll go faster. Every count, counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last 4 counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs. Nothing. When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or? No, nothing, nothing. You didn't see any of that. Why was he arrested? Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. The judge is also going to tell you this, and bear with me while I read this, because it's too long to memorize. You are not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. They're trying to show Mr. Kendrick guilty of those crimes just by being at Jeffrey Williams' house. I don't know about y'all, but when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets? I don't ask that. And when I get to their house, I don't go looking for those things.
That's why he's going. Yeah.
Why did they charge him with this? Why did they charge Mr. Kendrick with this? Because, as I have told you, and from what you could see in this courtroom, Mr. Kendrick has done nothing but work on his music, but they have to drag him in. They have to suck him in to this vortex caused by their relentless, ridiculous pursuit of Jeffrey Williams. It is offensive and it is absurd. And presumably they felt they needed to do it to help out on the RICO case and to help get Jeffrey Williams. Briefly turning to each of those counts, count 57, participation in in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, here's what the state is likely to say. This is what I'm anticipating. Possession can be one of two ways, and you will hear the judge instruct you on this as well. It can be actual possession, you're holding it, or constructive possession. Constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs or that marijuana? Nothing. Zero. Donut hole, nothing burger. The other three counts, 58, 61, 63, those are all marijuana or firearms. And again, I don't need to repeat myself. While I have had wonderful help from Ms. Hingerty and Mr. Apt on this case, for the most part, Diamante only has me up here representing him. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them. So, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I have done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him. The state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue the state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done. I think when you go back there and deliberate, you'll come up with the same idea, the same conclusion. This case against Mr. Kendrick should have never been brought. That same Saturday night when I saw The Mentalist, a friend was saying to me, well, your problem is that the state has the last word. You're going to get up and talk to the jury, but then the state gets to go again. And they're great lawyers from the state. And they may not remember what you say. They're going to have the last word. And I said, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The state does not have the last word. The jury has the last word. You guys have the last word. Each of you will decide the fate of Mr. Kendrick. Each of you individually will decide whether the state has met their high burden on each of these counts and on each of the elements of the counts to show that he committed this beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back and deliberate, I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong, is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong. Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, he told all of us, even though I am a black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical. He has an imagination. Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams. And the use of lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong, it's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from. and that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale, because that is what you're supposed to do, right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's take a short break, which will be our last break of the day. Then we will hear from the state again. Then I will release y'all for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you the instructions. So let's take, maybe a 10, 15-minute break.
I thought that was great. I agree. It wasn't long. Got his points out. Wait, I didn't mean to click on you, but you talking about the state about to close till 10. I don't want them to take the whole 2 hours again. I want them to get.
All right, it's be our last break for the day as well.
I want them to get to the point. Somebody asked this, and I just wanted to clear it up. There were a number of charges that came from the raid on Jeffrey Williams' house. Only 3 of them. Yeah. What's his name? Diamante Kendricks got directed verdicts to judge, right? It was 3 of them. And that's the switch, the machine gun that was underneath the couch. She dismissed essentially that one. The codeine, and I think cocaine, which were in like closets. But there was some marijuana that was like out on the table. He got those charges still. And then there were some, like a 9 that was out. And so he got those as well. Oh, I am behind. You know what? You're right. Thank you for that reminder. Let me catch us up so that when they come back, we're not behind. Thank you for that. So he still has those charges. And so the stuff that was essentially hidden, right? Like in closets underneath, those got the directed verdicts, but the stuff that was out essentially at the house, those were not. So that's why he was still addressing those. He still has those counts. And I can show you just quickly. So, right, 57. Yeah, so this is May 9th, right, 2022. This is possession of marijuana. Oh, wait, that's the participation of street gang. Okay. And then it's the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. And you see Diamante still here. Well, he still would be here because this is the indictment, but I'm just giving you context that marijuana charge still stands. This codeine one went away. This cocaine one went away. This is possession of firearm. This is the Glock. So this did not go away. Okay. And my child has to go potty now. So I'm gonna go. I go in there with you. Go ahead. I have to go be a mom. Hold on. I'm gonna put it back on the thing because I don't want her to potty on herself in my house. That's not gonna be good. So just bear with me. Okay. Crisis averted. Bathroom done. We were successful. I think I haven't even did no shout outs in a minute, but I think I got all the members that joined. And of course I got the gifted memberships. I got all y'all, I think, from this morning. Okay. I'm just making sure I didn't forget nothing. Yeah, this is Hylton's up. They said this morning, right? Hylton was going to do the closing. So we'll see how that goes. I absolutely, this is true. I'm not a lawyer, but I do work for Kai Kai. I do. My 3-year-old, she's 3 now. She absolutely keeps me on my toes. I have set the bathroom up for her to be able to go herself. She just plays me and makes me have to go with her. But I have a stool in there. We got the child potty. She just is playing me. But I can't risk not going with her because if she don't go, then I'm gonna be sad. So just know that's my life, okay? Anyway. Yeah, we're gonna see how this goes, child. How is Hylton gonna do? Hey, to make an account has joined. Thank you for joining. I think there was another one. Did I miss it? Did I put up Ashley B? Ashley B and to making it count. Y'all been in the chat all day too. Appreciate y'all for joining. I certainly do. Yeah, if I don't go with her, I'm gonna have to clean it up and then I'm gonna be sad. So that's why I gotta do it. But anyway, I thought I promise y'all, I think Diamante, considering, if you remember, Yak's offer was, I know Shannon's was like to serve 40 years. I'm pretty sure Shannon's was to serve 40 and Yak's was either to serve 20 or 30. I want to say 30, but maybe it was 20. And so when you consider the offers that they essentially turned down, right? The last and finals that they got from the state, and thinking about where they are now and the closings that they gave, and I think, they could be in good situations. I mean, we'll see, obviously, because you still got to deal with sentencing. But I'm thinking about all these charges. It's definitely giving that Yak is in a good situation. Yeah. O-Star said, good chance. I agree. I think Yak is in a really good situation. Was Yak given 20? Well, and I agree. I don't think Paige is gonna. I think Yak is in a really, really good situation. I really, really do. I think that that murder is not, that Donovan Thomas one is not really. And then when you think about these charges, these gang charges, and this other charge for the stuff at Jeffrey's house, like, the boy's in a good situation. For sure. Maybe it was 20 and not 30. I thought it was I don't remember. Regardless, it's a good situation to be in today. It could be. Of course, that RICO is still 5 to 20. But, Oh, Tiffany, did you take my my poll? I mean, and they've already served, 2.5 years. So even let's say she gives him, let's say they come back guilty on the RICO and he gets the minimum 5, like, he really is, he's in a good situation. Oh wait, I got a text. Star text Doug and sent me the screenshot. Oh wait, is this live? He knows how much we're free.
Doing the, where'd she go? She needs to, she's getting here.
Yes, Miss Doug. He just finished his right before the break. That was the last person. You just missed him. His was good though, so if you need to go back and watch, it was good. It wasn't long.
Miss Hylton, I know that you're, batting cleanup, I guess, but keep in mind they're gonna be watching the clock. They're not used to staying until 7 or 8.
That does. You're the last one, and they tired and.
Let's hope she doesn't do that one, but yeah.
I'm gonna timestamp later, like when I'll timestamp some stuff. If anybody watches the one later.
All right, to the chair.
Thank you very much. All right, Miss Hylton.
Good evening. I know y'all tired. And I get the harsh responsibility of closing you out for the next couple of, for a little while. I ain't gonna tell you how long it's going to be, for a little while. And I just want you all to bear with me and bear with us as we speak. Mr. Agnes told you this morning that this is kind of like that marathon. They were kind of at that last spot, right before the finish line. And I know this has been a long trial, and like every one of us has said, we thank you for your sacrifice. We know that we have taken you away from family, friends, trips, work. Maybe y'all didn't want to go to work, but from work to be here with us. And so we're going to ask that you just to bear with us for a little while longer. Now, Mr. Weinstein said something very interesting as he closed. He said something to the effect of, the state should be ashamed of themselves for targeting people of color. And I was a little taken aback. Why? Because I am a person of color. The majority of this prosecution team are people of color. And we are not targeting people of color. We are targeting gang members who decided to wreak havoc on communities in Fulton County. And the ironic part of the community that they violated were those communities were communities of color. See, no one rarely talks about the victims in this case. But the victims in this case, most of them are people of color. Because in Fulton County, you don't get to victimize anyone in our county without being held accountable for your actions. And what we're going to ask of you today is hold both of these defendants accountable for their actions. because they are guilty of every single crime for which they are charged with. But as both Mr. Schardt and Mr. Weinstein were talking, I was reminded that what is right is often forgotten or what is convenient. And see, in this case for them, it's convenient to blame Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Well, we're going to talk about that doesn't even make sense. For them, it is convenient to tell you that we have not met the elements of RICO because they're just not a gang. They just get YSL tatted on them. They just get snakes tatted on them just for the fun of it. That's convenient for them, but that is not the truth. And while it may have taken some time for us to get all that evidence out here, it took a while. Some days the evidence came out good. Some days the evidence came out bad. Some days I had to take a couple of breaks. At the end of the day, the evidence shows what is clear. YSL is a gang. YSL is an enterprise. They commit criminal street gang activity. They murdered Donovan Thomas, murdered Shymel Drinks, and they're guilty. And then I'm also reminded of a story that a colleague told me a long time ago about someone who worked as a border patrol officer. And this person worked as a border patrol officer for a number of years. And while they were working border patrol, a guy would come through the border with a red bike every day. And every day that that person would come through with the red bike, he had a basket on the front of the bike. And inside of the basket was some things. Now, every day, this guy would come through, and the border patrol officer thought something was kind of fishy, but he never found anything. He always found baskets with sand inside of it. This happened for a few months. Well, one day, the border patrol guy was leaving that job. He was going on to a new job, and he was at a bar. And who walks into the bar? The guy with the red bike. So the border patrol guy says to him, I'm getting ready to leave my job, but I'm interested. There's something was fishy about that red bike. What were you doing with that red bike? And the guy was like, nothing, don't worry about it. Congratulations to you. The night proceeded. The border patrol guy got some more drinks in his system, said, you know what? Can you tell me about this red bike? Because something just doesn't seem right. Every time I would see the red bike, it would have sand in the basket. Tell me what was going on. Guys said, don't worry about it. Finally, it's the end of the night. Border patrol guy is really intoxicated. He said, just tell me, I'm not going to remember what happened. You're not going to get in trouble. Tell me what you were doing. And what the guy said was, you know how every day you were focused on the basket with the sand? I was smuggling in a new red bike every single day. So you were so focused on what was in the basket that you was missing what was right in front of you. And if you listen to what the defense counsel told you for the last about 3.5 hours that they argued, you're going to miss what's right in front of you. So what's staying in the basket in this case? First things first, stolen jewelry. APD, somebody stole this watch. No one stole the watch. The watch is left back in the house, but they want you to focus on this watch because if you focus on the watch, you're going to miss the evidence in front of you. Talked about no reports. Viverito, she didn't write any reports. Well, what she told you is she wrote her information in the affidavits. Affidavits that get sworn before a judge. Probably better than reports because a judge has to actually read that information. But if you focus on the fact that Viverito didn't write any reports, you're going to miss it right in front of you. Mr. Weinstein talked about length of time. We talked about that. Knowledge of co-conspirators. I think at one point in time, Mr. Schardt said, Mr. Minor, who stabbed Lucci, he doesn't know Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell? Maybe not. But he knows Khalif Adams, who's the one who helped set up stabbing Lucci. Khalif Adams knows those two. Well, knows Mr. Stillwell. Khalif Adams knows Garlington. And so some way, somehow, though, Mr. Stillwell knew on February 9th that Lucci got stabbed. Well, how does he know that? How is that in a text message? That wasn't broadcast to the world. So this idea that just because Mr. Myrick doesn't know him specifically does not mean that they're not guilty of the crime in which they committed. They talk about witness credibility, specifically about experts and what our experts said. But if you go back to any of our experts' testimony, Belknap, Dennis, Gaither, Underwood, the things that they talked about, there were examples of it. They talked about YSL as a hybrid gang. It was Bloods and Crips, and they kind of got together. Well, we know that's true because Martinez Arnold's a Crip. Some of them, Mr. Williams was a Blood. You saw when he talked about sex, money, murder. You see them hanging out together. You see them committing crimes together. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold in a car with guns on their way to Trestle Street. We can infer, go shoot it up. That's what they talked about when it says a hybrid gang. They talked about the music, and we're going to get to the music in a minute. They talked about the fact that gang members use their music in order to brag, promote what they've done in the gang. And we'll see examples of that in a moment. We talked about your duty earlier today, but again, just to be reminded, you're supposed to be a fair and impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. You are not to seek doubt. So when you go in the back, you're supposed to say to yourself, what happened on January 10th? What is the truth about that? And is there evidence towards the truth? That is what you're here for. Seek the truth, you follow the law, and you deliberate. Now, I want to tell you this. If you go to the back to deliberate, and one of your numbers says, I'm not deliberating, I'm going into the bathroom, I'm not doing any of this, you need to bring that to the deputy's attention so they can bring it to the court's attention. Because you have a duty to deliberate. A duty to sit down, evaluate the facts, evaluate the evidence, and apply it to the law. So let's talk about the evidence of the defendant's guilt. So earlier this morning, Mr. Adkins talked to you about count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. He talked to you about count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act, and counts 50 and 51. I'm not going to harp on that again, but I thought it interesting when Mr. Weinstein said, well, we haven't proved counts 50 and 51 and 57. You know, the state, they're all dressed in red. We are. Red's probably my favorite color. But you know the one thing that's different? We don't do criminal gang activity. And the court's going to define what that is. See, we're not here because people wear the same colors. They can wear all the greens they want. They can wear all the snakes they want. If they all want a tattoo YSL on them, that's fine. We told you it's not a crime to be a part of a gang. The crime is when you start doing criminal street gang activity, like murdering Donovan Thomas, murdering Shymel Drinks, murdering Jamari Holmes. That is what the violation is, not being a member of a gang. So you'll see, and we said it again, that on the left-hand side were the charges for Mr. Kendrick, on the right-hand side were the charges for Mr. Stillwell, and in the middle is what they were both charged with. So Mr. Kendrick is charged with possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. That's from May 9, 2022, when he was found running from Mr. Williams' house. Remember, the officer came and said that they both must have been out of breath and he ran from the house. And the drugs and the guns that were found inside of the house. The marijuana and the guns that were found in the house. So in order to prove this, we have to show that the defendant possessed with the intent to distribute any amount of marijuana. Marijuana includes all parts of the plant. What it does not include is the hemp products and all those other technical terms that I'm not going to try to pronounce for you tonight. We have to show that he possessed it and has possessed the marijuana or the firearm. We're going to talk about the firearm in a moment. Possession must be actual, constructive, sold, or joint. So we're going to tell you that it's not actual possession. No one caught him with the marijuana in hand. We're going to talk about constructive possession. At the time of the alleged offense, he did not have direct physical control over the marijuana or firearm, but did knowingly have both the ability and the intention to exercise control over the marijuana. We know he doesn't have sole possession or focus on joint possession. Defendants share possession of marijuana or firearms with at least one other person. What evidence do we have of it? And I know Mr. Weinstein, we didn't have any evidence. We do. Pictures are evidence. That's direct evidence like we talked about earlier. This is the side of the home of Mr. Williams. That's the money counter that was sitting next to the Tupperware bowl full with the marijuana. That's the Tupperware bowl full with the marijuana. That's the more marijuana that was in that cabinet in that same kitchen, right across from where the Tupperware bowl of the marijuana was. And those are the two guns that were found inside that area. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the testimony that SWAT, when they came, did not immediately make entry into the house. It was like announced, it was loud. So I submit to you that they had the opportunity to put stuff away, to hide stuff, because they didn't just come in immediately, ladies and gentlemen. So you can take that into consideration as you deliberate. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So the state must prove that the defendant had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach while committing a crime against or involving another person. For Mr. Stillwell, it's murder. For Mr. Kendrick, is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. So how do we show this? On the left is Shannon Stillwell. That is Mr. Drinks inside of the vehicle. We know that Mr. Drinks was shot with a 40 caliber gun, possibly of a Glock, and we're going to talk about this Glock in a moment. So you can infer, although we do not have the gun, that Mr. Stillwell possessed the gun that shot and killed Mr. Drinks because he's dead and because we have the bullet. You can infer that. That's that circumstantial evidence. Your direct evidence is someone is deceased. You have bullets. We know those bullets come from a Glock firearm. So the only way you can infer that the shooter, Mr. Stillwell, possessed a firearm. Mr. Kendrick, again, you have the firearms inside of the house at the time when the house was raided. There were two found inside of that cabinet. There was the one that's found on this counter. Now, they're also both charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. You have to show for Mr. Stillwell, he has 2 counts. And interestingly enough, I was listening, Mr. Schardt never talked about count 64. So, but we're going to talk about count 64. But count 52 is that he's a convicted felon and he had a firearm when he murdered Shymel Drinks. And in count 64, which is when he was apprehended, the gun that was found in the middle of the road, that we charged him with that weapon as well. And then again with Mr. Kendrick, that there were guns and drugs at Allison Drive on May 9th. And let me also say that in the indictment, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is going to be a lesser included of what is charged. What is charged is a different charge, but possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is a lesser charge. And the court is going to instruct you, and you can find both of them guilty so long as you believe that both of them possess a firearm and they have been previously convicted of a felony. What do you have in evidence? You have State's Exhibit 60G and State's Exhibit 30Q. Both of those are the indictments of Mr. Stillwell, which he was charged with and convicted of a felony. So that is the felony that we're saying he should not have been in violation of, or he should not have possessed the firearm. As I just discussed, because he's a convicted felon, he should have never had a firearm when he murdered Shymel Drinks. For count 64, what do we have? Remember, this is on March 17th, after they fled from the Chick-fil-A. And remember, Trooper Campbell came in and said that he found the gun in the middle of the road. You saw the dash cam video where he kind of turned around and said, and found this gun. Then we brought in Mr. Stillwell's former girlfriend at the time, Taisha Alexander. She said that she aborted the gun. That was her gun. That gun came back to Ms. Alexander, where we were able to compare the serial numbers on both the gun that was collected and the receipt from Arrowhead Pond. And further, we played these wiretap calls for you.
Hello? Yeah. I don't know. China called like really played on a high-speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah.
Why have he in a high-speed chase if he in a rental legit?
Yeah.
He got my legit gun.
So the fact that she says he got my legit gun, which is that gun right here, he should never have ever even been in possession of it.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on either, because usually they'll call, like how he got my gun.
Yeah.
They'll call me like, come get your gun, but they ain't even called me. So I don't know if where my gun is, I don't know what's going on.
And again, this phone call was done on March 17th, the day he got arrested. The day Mr. Stillwell, got arrested. Now for Mr. Kendrick, you have in evidence State's Exhibit 487 BV, which is a certified copy of conviction of Mr. Kendrick. And again, because he's a convicted felon, he should not have been in constructive possession of any of these guns that are inside the home. So now, based upon what we have shown you, they are guilty of, right now, count 1, count 50, 51, 52, 54, 57, 58, 61, 63, and 64. So let's spend some time on the murders, because that is what we need to talk about. So for the murders, Mr. Stillwell is charged with count 2 and count 49, which is Donovan Thomas Jr. and Shymel Drinks. And Mr. Kendrick's charged solely with count 2, which is the death of Donovan Thomas Jr. You're going to hear the court read you an instruction about intent. Intent is every essential element of any crime must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. It may be shown in many ways, provided that you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be in your discretion inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Intent does not mean the intention to violate the law or to violate a criminal statute, but it means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by the statute. So what are the elements that we have to prove for murder? That Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick caused the death of another person, here, Donovan Thomas and Shymel Drinks, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. What is malice? It is not necessarily ill will or hatred, rather it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person, or where there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. You often hear about premeditation. Some of you like watching these crime shows. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. So we don't have to sit and say you planned it out and you all mapped it out and that you knew you were going to kill Donovan Thomas or Shymel Drinks right at that moment. If the killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. So when Diamante Kendrick rode by the barbershop and they saw Donovan Thomas sitting outside with his friends, and I'm going to submit to you, they started calling saying, yo, Donovan's out here. Let's go do this. That's enough. Or with Shymel Drinks, when Shannon and Garlington are sitting in the car and they're backed in and they see Mr. Drinks pull in and they realize, oh snap, that's the dude from the Shell Cal post. And they see him walking up and they decide at that moment they're going to get him because they're going to get revenge, they're going to get back. That's enough right there. Doesn't have to be days planned. Within moments, that is enough. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. It may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act of the killing, and move the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Now, motive. The law says we don't have to prove motive. You wanna know why? Because oftentimes I can't get into the mind of why someone wants to murder somebody. But here, and we're gonna talk about it, we have some evidence of motive. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. So you heard Mr. Atkins talk earlier about parties to a crime. I'm not going to go over all the principles again, but he gave you the example of the bank robbery, right? Everyone who is a part of the crime is responsible. So in this case, for Donovan Thomas, Mr. Kendrick, the driver. Mr. Kendrick, the state's belief, the state's theory, is that he alerted them about where Donovan Thomas was, because he was the one that was at the Texaco. He's the one that waited 40-something minutes for the Infinity to pull up. He's the one who got out of the Bonneville and went to the Infinity. He's just as guilty as the ones who pulled the trigger, Nard and Mrs. Jackson. He's just as responsible. And that's what parties to a crime says. Every person involved in the murder is just as responsible as the person who pulls the trigger, because you all act together.
Hylton sounded like somebody mama. I can't let
Now, we have in Shymel Drinks an individual that you kept hearing about, DeMarco Boyer. And someone brought up that DeMarco Boyer isn't on the indictment. Well, this is the law that's going to be instructed to you. Any party to a crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that that person was a party to it, even though the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice, or has been acquitted. Mr. Boyer's day is for another day. We're not going to talk about Mr. Boyer today. Today, we're going to talk about Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick. You can look at presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense. And those things may be considered by you in determining whether or not the circumstances, if any, give rise to an inference or the existence of a conspiracy. So what does that mean? You can look at what they did before, what they did during, and what they did after. And for both of those murders, we're going to talk about conduct before, conduct during, and conduct after. So let's talk about Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. You heard from his mother, you heard from his father. He's from Atlanta, he had kids, he was in a gang, but he had started to kind of try to get into the music business. And he had started doing that by, one, he had a relationship with Rich Homie Quan. Two, he had just put Lucci on, YSL Lucci. So he was trying to kind of turn that mark and do something different. What did you also hear about Donovan Thomas? That on the night that he was gunned down, that he was at the barbershop, getting his hair cut, his brother was there, and what were they getting ready to do? Meet with their daddy to go watch the football game. I think it was the Raiders and the Patriots. Don't quote if I'm wrong, but I think it was the Raiders and the Patriots. And that's what he was getting ready to do. Spend time with his father. You know that he has a biological brother, but he also has a brother, which Kelvin Watts, who's super close to him, that they are brothers, but not biologically, but they share a brother, so they call themselves brothers. He said he was trying to get in the music industry. That's him with YSL Lucci. That's him with Rich Homie Quan. And so much so that after his death, Lucci had a whole album dedicated to him, Long Live Nut. And we know that Peanuts was his nickname. Now let's go over some timelines, because I think oftentimes we focus just on the murder, but there's some things that led up to that day that is very important for you to consider as you continue to live. So we know September 2014, Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop shooting. Now, Mr. Copeland, we're going to talk about Mr. Copeland, told you on the stand here that him and Threat were responsible for that. YSL members responsible for shooting up the shop of a YFN gang member. Or shoot the father of a gang associate. Then, if you can recall, in all of the different interviews, majority of them, Mr. Copeland talked about this shooting at the Lakewood gambling house. He talked about it in most every interview when he kept on telling them about the history of him and Kelvin. And he talked about the fact that Kelvin had shot up the gambling house and shot up Doug's car. Then he talks about, in multiple interviews, a meeting at Cascade Skating, in which him and Kel were there. Kel wanted Copeland to call Thug so they can maybe squash whatever issue that they had. And that when Thug, Mr. Williams, got on the phone, he asked Kelvin, "Are you going to pay for my car window?" Kelvin said no. They got into it, and it kept on going. You heard about the January 6th fight at Club Crucial, in which Copeland was jumped at the club. And then upon leaving the club, there was a fight with Bloody J that some YSL members jumped on Bloody J. And that Kendrick and Arnold, they were arrested when they left the club. And that's going to be important because when we talk about phone records, why we don't have some phone records from Mr. Kendrick. Then we had the January 8th shooting at TIG Studio where Rich Homie Kwan's purple truck was shot up. There was some alluding to the fact that Copeland did that shooting. I think Quindarius Zachary may have said in his interview that Copeland did that shooting. Then there was that blood meeting the night before the murder. Now, I know that Mr. Schardt played for you the clip in which Copeland said that the blood meeting was about him. But remember, the blood meeting was also about Mr. Williams. And he said that in one of his interviews. That the blood meeting just wasn't about him, but it was about him, Copeland, and Mr. Williams.
He did say that, but Quindarius Zachary said something in his interview that I think refutes.
Then on January 10th, you have the death or the murder of Mr. Donovan Thomas at 330 McDaniel Street. Then you have the retaliatory shootings begin immediately. See, the streets knew what it took the state and the government a long time to figure out. They went directly to who they thought killed Donovan Thomas. They immediately started shooting at Jeffrey Williams' family's house and Kenneth Copeland's family's house because they thought that both of them were in on it. Also, in the late morning hours, early on January 11th, Kenneth Copeland meets with the Atlanta Police Department and many of the YSL members, they flee to Miami. You have more retaliatory shootings.
Meech always popping up, causing problems.
Then in April, between April and May of 2015, you have the incident at the Dunbar Center where Copeland is found with that gun. They don't arrest him then. He calls Gaither. Gaither speaks to him. They let him go. But once they did more investigation, they got the video surveillance from the Dunbar Center. They arrest him on June 10th. And then that's when he does the 9-hour interview that we'll discuss. In August of 2015 was Quindarius Zachary's interview. In September of 2015, Shannon becomes the target of 2 shootings, one at the Green Store, the other one with Ms. Tierra Jones. In October 2015, arrest warrants are taken out for Garlington, Copeland, Sledge, and Stillwell. In November 2015, there was a preliminary hearing. The case was dismissed against Sledge. In 2016, the case was dismissed against Garlington and Copeland, and Stillwell received a bond. Between 2016 and 2018, there was some additional investigation and follow-up, and the indictment came in 2022. We're going to talk more about these dates, but I want to give everyone a general timeline over.
Those are a lot of gaps. 2016 to 18.
As Mr. Atkins talked to you about earlier, you determine the credibility of the witnesses. And I can't remember if it was Mr. Schardt or Mr. Weinstein who said it, but they are absolutely right. We don't choose our witnesses. The witnesses and our victims are chosen by the crimes that are committed. So when you do your gang murder and you brag to your gang member friends that you murdered someone, then the person I have to bring in here to tell you what happened is the gang member friend. And the gang member friend isn't going to want to tell you in front of them what they told the police. So that's why I had to fight. Ms. Love got to fight. We got to argue with them back and forth because now they had to come in here and confront the people that they snitched on in front of them. So, and they know that. They know that none of these witnesses want to come in here and say what they told police. And they're begging on you to say, I don't know, I mean, he did swore an oath in court and said that he told the God's honest truth. Let's go and tell him God's honest truth in this courtroom. Maybe some of the stuff he told was truthful. Here and there, like he said, he's doing a little bit of truth sometimes. That's what he said, right? That he did that a little bit, and we'll talk about that in a moment. What's going to be important are prior statements. It is important because you as a juror get to determine the witness credibility, right? And this may be affected by you comparing and contrasting the testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before trial started. You, the jury, can decide whether there's a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pre-trial statements or testimony when compared to that same trial testimony. And we're going to actually apply common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. So let's go through the evolution of Kenneth Rudy Copeland. Let's take some time, all right? January 11th. This is hours after the murder. His girlfriend's house just got shot up, and they called him. Thorpe calls the girlfriend to kind of check in on and see what's happening with their shooting, and they put Copeland on the phone. See, on January 11th, when he walks inside, he real strong YSL, right? He's not trying to give up his friends. He want to let the police know, I didn't murder. Now, let me tell you something. I didn't murder Donovan Thomas. I'm going to tell you I was at my girlfriend's house. I'm going to tell you I went to the green stove. I went to McDonald's. He's not going to give you too much information because here, he's trying to still protect his friends.
Why does that say Woody like that? That is distracting. I'm going to keep going, but Wu-Tai is not okay. I hate it.
That's just common sense. The police don't really know what's going on yet. So when he first goes in, he's trying to protect his friends. But then we get January 28th. See, if y'all remember, y'all, this is after he gets out the shootout on the highway. See, this is after he came from the little pool party, and he on his way home, and they shoot at him at the highway. And remember, in this interview, he talks about, I believe, Shannon being upset with him because he didn't want to shoot back. So here, he's trying to tell them everything that YFN people are doing to him, but he's still not trying to give up his friends. Just to stay his friends. But he's a little frustrated because everyone's blaming him for murdering Donovan Thomas, and everyone's shooting back at him, and he didn't do anything. Then we get February 20th. Now this was the worst one because that's when he's trying to come out the house to take his baby to the hospital, and they come down the street shooting at him. So now he's like, they are shooting at me, they shooting at my baby and my girl. Look, this is too much. And he tells them about what happened. Again, this is the interview where he really didn't want to give up who shot at him. He knew who did it, but see, that gang street code is he still didn't want to give up the person who shot at him and his baby. And that's when Kirby was like, you're not going to tell me who just shot at you with their baby? Then the next day was February 21st. They had arrested him for a violation of probation. He was upset because they arrested him on a violation of probation. And Gaither talks to him, one, about the shooting that had happened the day before, and trying to get more information about the murder, trying to figure out what is going on. What is going on with this back and forth? Because by this time, and ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to go through that whole litany, what we call Operation Planner shooting, but you heard evidence of all those shootings that were happening back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they're trying to get a grasp of what is happening. And then we get to the 9-hour interview. So what happened between February and June? A lot. We got some back and forth shootings. Remember, Mr. Copeland went to jail for that violation of probation. He came out. He had went to Henry County for a little while. And then on June 10th, he gets arrested for the gun that he had at the Dunbar Center back in May. And what's going on here? Mr. Copeland is tired. He's been getting shot at. His family been getting shot at. Homes getting shot up. Remember Kenneth Hurst or Kenny Booth's house? His sister-in-law, his sister's child's father's home has been broken up from getting shot at. And Shannon and Mr. Williams not talking to him. Remember Shannon, and he thought Mr. Williams was trying to kill him. That's everything he talks about in this 9-hour interview. And let me say this, if some reason y'all want to watch all these interviews again, y'all can. Y'all just gotta let them know. I don't know if you want to sit there watching that 9-hour interview again, but if you wanted to, you can. But in this interview, he is at the place where enough is enough for him. And I'm going to tell you about Mr. Copeland. I'm going to tell you about Quindarius Avery. They are self-preservationists. What do I mean by that? They're going to not talk about what they've done because they don't want to go to jail. But if telling on them is going to get me out of jail, I'm going to tell you what's happened. Because I don't want to go to jail. He's absolutely right. He did not want to go to jail. But he's not going to lie to the police about what they did. He's going to minimize what he's done. And that's what he did in this interview for 9 hours. He minimized his involvement in some things, but he told everything that they did. And if you don't believe what he told the police, well, let's listen to what he told his girlfriend on the jail call.
Sure. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. They try to do it every week. Come on, one day. Yeah.
So in that call to his girlfriend, to the love of his life at the time, he told them, I need D to come in so they can move, so they can know what I told them is true. They had to verify what I said. So when he came and said, I will finesse the police, I will lie to them. No, because you wanted them to verify what you told them. And we're going to talk about how the police and Mike Sprinkle was able to verify what he told them.
Sorry, I just need to say that what's making me so upset is she brought energy, right? Like even in her beginning, she brought this strong, big energy. I'm finna tell y'all what happened. No, they ain't trying to say it's colored people, black people. She's saying all this stuff, right? And the presentation of the case does not support that. What she is, this energy she's on today has not been the presentation of your case. It's not matching. There's a mixed match, girl. What you showed us is not the same. Okay, Micaiah's talking, so I'm gonna shut up. But it's
Let's listen to this June 16th, 2015 call.
The video was up, man. I think that's how it came out. I think traffic and I could be so it's locked you up, bro. And the whole time, it's like you try to pick you up, bro. But she got so mad, bro. She go right there, she didn't go there. They didn't go out to work, though, man. These folks already come back and see sooner than about something going to what they would put all that down and have hope with it.
So what is he saying there? Why you put my name in the song? He know who did it. Because they all know who did it. They knew that it was Yak, Dua, Shannon, and Yard. And Kendrick is not, Coleman is the second. He's like, why you put my name in the song? Put the ones who did it in the song. So they can stop targeting me. Now, let's talk about his trial testimony. I actually do like rap music, contrary to popular belief. And there is an artist, Young G, and he has a song called Put On. And I'm gonna tell you what Copeland and Zachary did while they testified here, was they put on for YSL. They came in here acting all types of foolishness. And that's because they wanted to show their gang member friends, look, I'm still part of the conspiracy. I know I snitched on y'all back in 2015, but I'm gonna try to help y'all out as best as I can. And that's what they did this entire time. They friends. They've been friends for a long time. They wear the same clothes. They lay together. What makes you think that Demekion, when he got into that car at McDonald's and said, yo, let me tell y'all what they just did. Let me tell you what our homie, our boy for the last couple of years just did. They just killed Nut. Because the kid wasn't around. He was sleeping at his girlfriend's house. So he missed the action. So you don't think when Demekion get in the car, he's not going to say, yo, let me tell you what Sharon just did, y'all. They friends. And they want you to believe that Demekion did not tell Copeland what happened moments after it happened? That don't even make sense.
What don't make sense?
We gonna ask you your common sense.
What doesn't make sense is you want me to believe that when the person Woody then stole from then did all, you want me to believe he was asleep. Everybody is out on a op mission and Woody's at the house sleep. I don't believe that boy was asleep in the middle of, I don't believe Woody was asleep.
This is them. And these were all taken in 2015, so some of these are older pictures. They look super young. This is how long they've been friends. Now, it was interesting when Mr. Schardt asked, why we show you this video from 2009? Let me tell you why. Because Quindary's been around for a long time. Quindary's been around since 2009. So Quindarius knows about what's happening. See, we didn't just bring you stuff. I know some days you're like, why does the state bring me a video from 2009 in the park? It's to show the evolution of their relationships. Quindarius is a little bit different than Copeland. Because see, he's been around Mr. Williams much longer than Copeland's ever been in the picture. See, Mr. Copeland started coming around in 2014. Mr. Zachary's loyalty is a little bit different. He's been around since 2009. So when Zachary tells you in his interview, Doug ain't know nothing about that murder. Yes, he did. But his loyalty is a little different because he's been around. 2012, that's Mr. Zachary. You want to know why we showed you the video of them outside in the apartment complex? To show their association. Again, Zachary been around again for a long time. He real better than it. He rocked through YSL. So he has a motive to lie for Jeffrey Williams that Kenneth doesn't have as much of. In his interview, see, when Quindarius interviewed, he asked to come and speak to the police. And you're going to watch his interview because what both of them do in their interviews, both Copeland and Quindarius, and this is how you know they were telling the truth, they would correct the officers. If the officers were repeating something that was wrong, they would say, no, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this. That's what they would do. That's how you know that what they were trying to tell them, they were trying to be as truthful as they could so that they would get it right. They, mean the police, would get it right. And again, same thing. He come in here talking about he wouldn't take one of the investigators out, all types of nonsense. But again, putting on for YSL. And again, he's been around. They friends. They friends. And why would they lie on their friends? If they knew to make up stuff and make up lies, why would you lie and say your friends committed a murder? That doesn't make sense. Why lie? You could just say anybody made the murder. If you were just lying, you don't want anybody to verify what you were saying, you could have said anybody committed the murder. But that's not what they did. So there were a lot of different witnesses that came in about Donovan Thomas murder. We're going to talk specifically about these individuals. Investigator Thorpe, he was the original detective on the case. He took out those arrest warrants in October, and that was after talking to an individual by the name of Spencer Wright. He then turned his file over to Mike Sprinkle. Then we have both Dennis and Gaither. They were both just because of the back and forth that they were investigating, just ended up talking a lot about the murder with all these different individuals. And then you have Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary. And then what did Mike Sprinkle tell you? When he got the file, he reviewed it, and the first thing he did was realize that Spencer Wright was lying and said, okay, I have to get rid of this information. And it was something that Mr. Schardt said, which I found interesting. Mr. Schardt said that Nicholas Robinson, aka Spencer Wright, is an example of individuals who will say anything just to get out of jail. But the difference between Nicholas Robinson and Quindarius and Kenneth Copeland is that Mr. Sprinkle couldn't verify what Nicholas Robinson said. But he was able to verify what Quindarius and what Kenneth Copeland said. So did Mike Sprinkle corroborate Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary? Emphatically, yes. So let's talk about the activity before the murder. And some of these are the videos, but there was no dispute about the Lakewood shooting in Club Crucial. And what you have in both of those interviews is that both Copeland and Zachary actually sat and talked about those shootings. I'm not going to play the video for you, just in an abundance of time, but we know that those two things at least were not disputed. So let's talk about the day of and the days after the murder. So what did Copeland tell you about that morning?
this is crazy. So, after this, I had that nice birthday.
What did the phone records tell you? I know that's kind of small, but you'll have the phone records in the day. That between 6:37 and 7:26, Copeland's phone was in the area of his girlfriend's house, right? That's QR's, Copeland's girlfriend's residence, which was on Maui. His phone was pinging in that area, and that's between 6:37 and 7:26. If you can recall, the 911 call for the murder came in at 7:22. At 7:26, he is still at his girlfriend's house after the murder. So this notion, when they say, well, Kenneth Copeland did it, I know somebody who could have done it, well, it wasn't Kenneth Copeland. The person who did it is Stillwell, Yet, Nard, and Duane.
Okay, I just want her to recognize, like, Kenneth Copeland sat on that witness stand and said, I had 2 phones. Y'all only got 1. So yes, 1 phone was tracking in that area. He literally said on the witness stand that he had a second phone. But okay, girl, eat down. Do you?
Because Kenneth Copeland was at his girlfriend's house at 7:26. Then he says he went to the green store.
That nice birthday. And then it's like, and like you know it up. He got which is big down there. I don't talk to one people. So I talk to he like, no, he bro. I think he comes to come. It's my choice. Alright. So I'm on my house. I love to car. Give me a car. I need a car full of information. Why I say information? Now I can't store any car right in there. I can't store any car. So I got a car. I got full of information. I ain't about it. So I'm talking to the Rick. Man, the Rick talking I can't see. They don't see. So Rick had I want you to go. I put it together. Alright.
What did the phone records tell you? He went to the green store. He's at the green store at 7:28. Between 7:28, he's at the green store. And then he travels down towards the McDonald's, like he told him. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, about corroboration and phone records. He doesn't know we're going to pull the phone records later. He doesn't know that Mike Sprinkle in 2016, almost 8 months after this, that we're going to pull the phone records to see whether or not what he's saying is true. I know he came in here sometimes, I got 2 phones, I had 2 phones, and all this other stuff. He didn't have 2 phones. If he had 2 phones, the main phone is the phone that he was calling his girlfriend on. You can look at the records will show who he's talking to. He's talking to his brother and his girlfriend on the phone he's talking about. Cooperation, I'm not going to play it, but he says, you just heard him say he goes out to the McDonald's.
I get in the car. I ride the keys. I pull up at the McDonald's. Put it outside. The one that's on the street, so I put it down at the McDonald's. So he got it put in. So he put in. So we see with he was business. So he put in. He said, I know that. He said, it was D Nord and the only I think no, there's the white people. D Nord Bentley to Shannon and yeah. All of it is one concept. What kind of purpose? The Jeep, the actual he got the white boom. They got out. He got out. So when G got to come, G got money.
So we talked about the white nitro. Ladies and gentlemen, that is from the Dexter Montgomery shooting. What is that? That's the white nitro that Nard and DK came in from OG Bentley's house. So is it ironic that, oh my goodness, OG Bentley has a white Dodge Night truck. That small fact is corroborated. He talks about getting the call from Antonio Sledge.
I got a call, right? So FaceTime like, but she knows she got shot. I heard what? Like, man, like, I'm so name discriminate. I know you discriminate, but I'm saying, like, I think he got close.
And what I say is, we'll just go back very quickly. He told you that he FaceTimed with Antonio Sledge. We know that FaceTimes don't come up on records, on phone records, but that entire night, him, Antonio Sledge, and Zachary are in communication. What you will see is none of those three people rarely talk to another group of individuals that want to talk about next. So again, things are corroborated that Colton is saying. Here he's going to talk about that everybody went to Jeffrey Williams' condo.
So one got a car, he stopped talking. So we don't get on the spell. Wait, are they following y'all? Nah, they don't follow them. Oh, they don't follow this. Yeah, but when he told me, I didn't know, follow it. But I said, you even got covered. I was trying to see like she was there going on. So we started at the store. They stayed downtown on Schardt, Thursday. I found them there. She went about that. She doing it, yeah. So now I got covered. Like, what did he kill with? Like, who? Like, he did point. Now, they point to the honor, yeah. So I'm like, what happened? She's like, what? So, first thing I say, what? Hell no. I ain't going.
So here you'll have these phone records in the back. This shows phone activity near Mr. Williams' condo between that time of 7:31 and 11:22. Again, he talks about the condo. And remember in this interview, he first talked to Gaither and the ATF agent. Then later, Schardt came in. He kind of repeats what happened, right? And that's what is going on. But again, consistently talking about being around the condo. They both talk about going to Miami after the murder.
Totally. This is the same guy that we got kids in all the time. Man, like the people that drive around, he called them. And the person that around is a person, like person man. So he didn't have a drive, straight to Florida, like him, Doug, his sister, a girl, Donovan, and Laura, and Dick. All them go straight to Florida. So they went to Florida. Now, I said, you call right there, and I did. Now, I mean, and you're like, well, what you find out? I was like, yeah, because I didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? And they about people like, I held the phone, walk up. And when I walked out, I heard they like, I caught. So you went back and talked to me. Those are going out of town. Yeah, those going out of town. Where do you go? Florida. Okay. Yeah, she would have both went to Midway by that morning. Well, we usually before I went down to it, me, Shannon, we, Woody, yeah, no.
So that's them both talking about them going down to Miami. Now, in court, that's probably one of the things that they talked about, that they all went to Miami. But they all said they went for this concert in Miami. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we showed you all the flyers, and there's no flyer in Miami for January 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The only flyer in Miami or in Florida was in Tampa Bay. So the question becomes, why are y'all going to Florida right after Donovan Thomas' murder? To flee. Because YSL knew what they did. And they had to get up out of Dodge. And they went down to Birdman's house to lay low until things, maybe some of the dust starts to settle.
That's the first time to Birdman's house.
And we had the phone records to show you all that they all went to Miami, all the different phone records in Miami after the murder, and the time that they all went after the murder.
I don't think they've ever said Birdman's house. They just said Miami.
Now, we talked about the Grand Infinity. They both discussed, well, Copeland said there was Thug that rented the Grand Infinity. Zachary, I told you his voice is a little bit different. He didn't want to say Thug rented the Grand Infinity. He talked about it was a meeting. But we both know that this Grand Infinity was rented. And I won't play the video for you, but there are the two clips. If you want to play it later, you can play it. And how was that corroborated? Mr. Sprinkle found a Hertz rental car record in order to corroborate is what Mr. Copeland said accurate? Was there a rented gray vehicle? Almost a year later, he finds the rental car. That is corroboration of what Kenneth Copeland said. He literally took everything that Kenneth Copeland says and said, can I corroborate this? And that's what he did. Now let's talk about who they both said. Now remember, Copeland is in June, Zachary is in August.
So who was in the car? This was the driver, I don't think. This was a legit drugstore that he said. I think you said a huge shout. And he said they rolled past the same nuts standing outside. They went somewhere and changed up. Nah, they know it was. I dropped Shannon out the door. I went home my big mom. And then Doug lived and was wrong past nothing to see him. And went to the gas station and seen Jack. And he pumped. To the gas station, we heard from the gas station. I was angry. I just did the store, so. They just seen him with cars and gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug, I think it did. They got in the car with the girl. And they were folded up in the car. Jack, Shannon, Noah, and Dubois.
All right, that's Copeland in June. Here's Zachary in August.
This is all what Shannon is telling me. That was it's both. Shannon had told, but this Shannon told what Shannon told me first. So Shannon, they both told me the same story. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after? Same night. Shannon, I walked in the door. I just walked in the so I just pulled up at the door house. And Shannon was go over her house. And all the boys were going out the gun. Like, he got me got some gun up there. He wants some gun. Right. I'm just like, I'm hanging up. Then he wants some gun. Goes to the store. So they went and got a bullet. And Shannon. And Shannon started calling. He know that night. Right. He knew that night. Now, he knew that night. He knew that they'll have some talk to him. That's what I heard. And then down Shannon tell me the story. Say he was going to be bushes, but they woke up and seen nothing. Say they had to roll back around. And then started shooting up. So Jack, Nard, and Dubois. So
He said it was Jack, Nard, and Dubois. This is two different interviews. Copeland is telling them what Mikion told him, and Zachary is telling the police what Stillwell and Yak told him. But how are we have the same people? Yak, Nard, Dubois, Stillwell. That does not change. That's corroboration of each other. Two different interviews. Two different times. Saying the same people? Ladies and gentlemen, that's evidence. That ain't a coincidence. And remember what Copeland said, which I found interesting. When they asked, do you remember what gas station? He's like, I don't know what gas station. How would he know that Yak was at the gas station and that they circled the block and pulled up and saw Donovan outside? If they didn't tell him that. He didn't even know what gas station they were at. But what did Mike Sprinkle do? He said, well, let me go pull the gas station footage and see if I can corroborate what he's saying. And that's exactly what he did. He pulled up the January 10th Texaco gas station and see when the car pulls into the gas station, the Bonneville. And in that same interview, they asked him, well, what kind of car was Yak? And initially, he tells them it was a Bonneville. How would he know? He doesn't know that we're going to find a surveillance video. But they want you to believe Kenneth just lying? For what? You have Yak going inside the gas station. That's him in the gas station. They sit at Texaco from 6:44 to 7:15. They wait for the girlfriend to come, and when the girlfriend comes, that's about the same time that the Infinity pulls up. What you waiting for 30 minutes at the gas station for? Who waits at the gas station that long? You had to meet Bushi at that gas station? What did Rachel Hendricks tell you? YSL folks don't hang around out there. They get their gas, they get on. If they even get gas over there, because that's not their territory. Their territory is Cleveland Avenue. So why are you sitting there for, I don't do math, well, what was it, almost 40 minutes? But they want you to believe just lying. For what? Then that's when the Infinity pulls up. And on the video, Yak walks over to the car. Now, I know Mr. Schardt said, well, my client ain't on the video. Well, we just can't see him on the video. I submit he in the car.
You didn't prove that, honey. You didn't prove that. You
Then
never
they both leave
that.
at the same time, and they both turn right on Northside Drive.
That's a big leap. You never proved Shannon was in that car.
Now, this is the video. We'll speed it up. In matter of fact, from the still shots, you can see kind of the movement. And I wish I can't pause it because it's right. You see where they came, y'all? They came down McDaniel. Well, what's right about here? It's the barber shop. I know Mr. Weinstein tried to say it's a block away. They ain't a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see the barber shop. It's not a block away. It's yards away. So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. He's the one that alerts them. Kendrick. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge. He did that.
Getting spicy.
He's the one who alerted them.
Come on with the finger.
That's why he's just as guilty as the ones who shot.
Get spicy. Look, love it. Love it, smiling. Yes, girl.
This is them when we sped through the video. So now it's about 9:05. That's Doo-Wop getting out I submit to you, that's Doo-Wop getting out the car, smoking a cigarette. I submit probably trying to look, see if he's still out, if the Donovan's still outside, so they can see how much time they had before Donovan go inside, go get his hair cut. And they just waiting. That's when Willie Bushi pulls up in that car. And that's Kendrick. Initially, he was in the passenger side. And then that's the driver that's I submit to you all, that's Bradford. He gets out the car. Then you see Mr. Kendrick kind of waves to the Infinity. Then he walks over to the Infinity.
They never.
I submit that's when they're gonna talk about what they're gonna do, how they about to kill Donovan, what they're gonna roll around, do what car, what guns in the car, how they gonna do it, who gonna do what.
Get him, niece. That's hilarious.
He now gets back in the driver's seat. And we talk about where did they switch cars? I submit to you behind the gas station. They both made it right in a moment. I'm going to show you what's right behind the gas station where they could have easily switched cars. And remember, we talked about the time, so it's not 8:08. Remember, this time is off by a few moments. And that's them coming down the street and then shooting. Of course, you're going to see it. I'm going to play this all this, the reaction, what happens in the store. You got babies running. Bullets have no names. And they have the audacity to tell you that we're sitting here trying to charge people of color? No. You should not have to be sitting here on a Saturday trying to get your hair cut and have bullets coming inside of a barbershop. Bullets have no names. And there was babies in the front. But you just spraying down the street for what? For your status in YSL? So you can show Mr. Williams that you big and bad? That's what this is about. And that's Donovan's brother. Outside. I submit he saw what happened, but you know what? He ain't gonna tell us. He ain't gonna talk to the police. And that's what the gang culture is. So this is the Texaco. That's Northside Drive. And here are two streets. This one is a one-way street, but they don't follow the law, so I submit that they went up the one-way street. And it's another street. They could have went up either. I submit to you they went up the one-way street because, again, they don't follow the law. So when they turn the right, they switch cars behind here. They switch behind here. It takes no time to drive up the wrong-way street, drive back down, and come back down into their street. That's where they switch the cars at.
They never said why would they switch cars? What would be the point for switching the cars? Why wouldn't they just?
And this is where he talks about it. I'm not gonna play it for you, but that's what he said. And let me tell you something. This is how you know they switch cars. We told you he came in the Infinity with Javor's Bradford, right? This is Javor's Bradford phone records. After the murder, this is him between 6:36 and 7:19.
She must be hearing me.
You see the crime scene, he's stationary around the crime scene, right? There's a gap in time between 7:19 and 7:24. At 7:24, between 8:08, this is where Bradford's phone is, right? From 7:31 all the way to 8:08. What's over here? Oak Drive. OG Bentley House. Where they said they got rid of the guns. Let me tell you what he's doing. He waiting for them to come back. And you want to know how we know that Yak isn't in the car with him anymore? This call right here.
Security. You may start the conversation now.
So, I was there, so I was sitting there like that. Nah, he what's the other they got there, some shit there. Nah, Doctor? Yeah. Hey, Goldie, Ma. Who that is? Boosh. What's up, shortstop? What are you doing? Yeah. What's going on? Yeah. Where you going?
You hear what he said? Where Yak Gotti at? We waiting for him to pull up. That's at 7:42. That's when, let's go back, y'all. That's when he waiting down here. At 7:42, which is one of the calls that's right here, Yak ain't with him. You want to know why? Because Yak with the other three murderers. That's where Yak at. What evidence do we have? No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? They got rid of the car. No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? Because they got rid of the guns. All we have is what they told their co-conspirators. And that's what I have to bring to you. What I have are the phone records. What I have are the surveillance videos to corroborate what the co-conspirators said. Because I don't have those things. I wish I had them, but they got rid of it.
That's why I can't be a lawyer, because I would be sounding like Hylton. I would be sounding like I'm yelling at my children. That's why.
That's Jack the night of. What'd he say? Maniac's back. That's what he said, right? Y'all know me in my Santana voice. You right. The maniac's back. He just drove the car that took somebody's life. For no reason. For no reason.
That's me.
That's just to show you, that's Javorce Bradford in that Pontiac.
Room dirty for no reason.
That's on that surveillance video. This is when they talk about the guns used to commit the murder.
Go back to nothing. Make sure everything's right. Nikki pretty much told you with him, Shannon, Nard, Bentley. Now, they so he and a girl who to the point went to Bentley house. He did. And when they got into it, they spoke to the one in the house. But I think the girl in the bush, and then the girl's police and she knows what's going on. And this the girl Shannon trying to teach me. You know, they can't try to do about the cup. This the girl I thought told them that I was okay with her. So it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nara with the pistol, and Dua with the pistol. Now, I'm saying Dua had the pistol. Right. But you just know what seats, how they got to sit in the car, and all you know is the Yak drive. You got to know that, they say that way drive, and that's basically what Nikki told you. Yeah, little deep. Okay.
We gonna lie. Why not say Doo-Wop had a gun? Let's lie. We gonna lie big. Everybody had a gun. But he didn't do that. He said, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had a gun. I don't think so, but I definitely know Yak was driving, because if we're gonna lie, say Yak had a gun too. But he didn't do that.
They put you back there, what's wrong? They had AK, something too, right? He said, you said you gonna say what kind of gun they had for the murder, right? So AK-76, who's on that? No, what else? They're on a 4.5. Who's on the 4.5? Even what brand was? HP or something. XP? Yeah.
What are the shell casings? How you know it was a 7.62? That's what Donovan was killed with. Those are the bullets that came out of Mr. Thomas. The shell casings that was found, there was multiple types of shell casings, 45s, 9s, and 7.62s. How they know that? This is called corroboration. This is called verification. They don't know that they don't know what bullet was pulled out of Donovan Thomas's body at the autopsy. They don't know what shell casings the police picked up off the ground. But ironically, they know, it's not ironic, they know the type of gun that they use.
Y'all pull up on Cleveland, and the detail right there, they got somebody, they talking about it. So they got guns, they had 2 guns, a chopper and a handgun. They got guns to put in the cup, and they just been rolled out to the cup. So when did Bentley pull up, you just think it was his name? Yeah, he was driving a white truck. He wanted to them to Chicago. I live there. You know, they called Bentley after the shooting. Yeah, they look where they were on Cleveland. Bentley shot was on Cleveland. Right. You did. So I gave them a total straight bench spot. And when Thug was at bench spot, they pulled up on Thug, and they got a bench spot, they white cut down. And then he said, I don't know who bench. It had to be somebody, if it wasn't bench, it was somebody that, I mean, he got a cup, and broke him with the cup. You know what I'm saying? And he picked up the cut of guns. Do you know what kind of car it was? Like, it was an Infiniti. Man. Yeah. I knew it. You know, was
he finished, he's at the airport.
I know when you get to the store, they come with now they took the guns in the car, OG Benson. Benson, Shelter. They gave him the guns in the car. What did he do with it? He hit the gun and they took him in the car back. Do you know where he hit the gun from? I don't know where he hit the gun. I know they couldn't finish out, please. You know where it is? It's fine. Yeah, I don't know that. There's my old guns. Old gun? Yeah.
Y'all saw the address I showed y'all, right? It's on Oak Drive. That's Bentley spot. And isn't it ironic that that's where the guns was kept in April when Dexter Montgomery, when they went and shot up at Dexter Montgomery, they got all the guns from Bentley spot. Bentley keep the guns. That's what happened here. When we talk about interrelatedness, this is the interrelatedness that we are talking about. The same location, you drop one gun off, you pick one gun up. That's what happened. That's what Walter Murphy, I'm not going to play the clip, but that's what Walter Murphy told you back when he was interviewed in July about OG Bentley spot. You think that that's ironic that both Copeland and Zachary talk about the guns going? Oh, and the phone records corroborate that all the phones was at Bentley house right after the murder? All of those things are corroboration. That's evidence.
You guys, what happened? What happened? It just cut. You guys, it just cut. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Oh, is that Law and Crime? Let's go to them. Oh, did everybody cut? Did Maurice go home? What happened? Did everybody just stop? They said that, is it too late in the courtroom? I don't understand what's happening. 11 alive. It's not me. Somebody literally pulled the cord. Somebody said, hey, wrap this up. You guys, I don't understand what happened. Is that over? Are we done? I don't understand what happened. I'm a little lost. Okay, let's check X and make sure it's not just me, or I'm sure Kathy will say something soon. Anybody seeing anything? Is it really on a timer? Because he was there though. Oh, Sylvia's down too. Okay, everybody's done. Oh wait, you said go to 11 alive. This is 11 alive. This is 11 alive. See, right there. Y'all are saying go to 11 alive. I'm on 11 alive. Right here, see? They close media room for Sylvia. It said Fox 5. Okay, this is, you guys can see that's 11 alive though. So I went to Fox 5 too. You're saying try Sylvia? And she down too. Oh wait, that's beginning. Is this for today? That's, oh. Yep. She's down too. I guess everybody's down. Maurice went home. I think Kokomo's tweet is about that lawsuit. Well, I guess we're done for the day. I don't think it's gonna come back. Let's see if anybody. Okay, I'm not saying anything still. So maybe I'm just kidding. Let me not say that because people are gonna think I'm being for real and I'm not. It's gonna be funny. So Juror 56 heard enough. I mean, it is almost 7, and I'm sure they're sick of being there, but that's just so bizarre. This makes perfect sense to how the trial. It absolutely has. Oh, we back? Oh, they're back.
And I know this is kind of faint, but I'm going to tell you what he says in this call. Let me give you a little background about this call. This is November 19, 2015. This is after his preliminary hearing. Y'all heard about the preliminary hearing, right? And you heard them talk about the fact that a couple things, that they didn't talk about witnesses by name. They said it by witness number 1. About witnesses by name. They said it by witness number 1 and witness number 2. This is what he says. Fuck D. Fuck them niggas, bruh. All that fake friend shit. Fuck nigga. He know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga. That's what he said. Fuck niggas are rats. He ain't say he lied on me. He said he a rat. I just went to court and they let everything out. That fuck nigga a rat. Him, Woody, and the other little D. Bitch, you in love with a rat, hoe. That's anger. Why? Because you just heard that your friends, because you didn't really know it was them, but it said witness 1 and witness 2, you were able to infer that your friends told the police about what you did the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. These are his words. He didn't say, yo, them dudes, I went to my prelim and they lied on me. He didn't say, oh man, they I don't know where they got this information from. He said they are rats. Because what do rats do? They tell. And he was angry that his voice would tell what he did. Let's talk about they songs.
Sorry, they be getting my video. Remember I told y'all they keep playing all the music. I like that song too, but Dang, I did it too slow probably. They gonna get me later. Sorry, we have to mute, guys. Do the live stream, the companies get messed up?
The timing of this. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you that between 2016 and 2019, there were no courts involvement. From 2019 to 22, there was no indictment, nothing happening in the case. So in 2019, which is 4 years after the murder, he knows that Sledge has been dismissed, Copeland has been dismissed, and Garlington has been dismissed. His case is the only one that ain't been dismissed. In 4 years, you haven't heard about an indictment. You think you beat a murder rat. This isn't, oh, he was on this and that. He thought he beat a murder rat because you're not indicted until almost 7 years later. So you think you got away with it.
Yeah, but it
I keep a stick, ain't avoiding no smoke, a chopper. I just beat a murder rat, pay my lawyer $30 for that. Me and my slimes above the law I know it's mumbling, but he said, we don't work in court at all. And I wipe your nose, send your family's face, and just smile it off. Some of these things he repeats in multiple songs. What's this song?
I'm muting again. But if she's saying that him saying I just beat a murder rap is because he didn't get indicted, then what the paid my lawyer 30 for that doesn't make sense. That line wouldn't make sense because you didn't have to pay your lawyer if you were never indicted. You didn't have to get representation. That doesn't make sense. They're still going, so I'm still muted. Oh my gosh, this is so long. It's so long. Oh, are they back? Hold on. Nope. I don't even feel bad about muting it because the stuff they're picking, it doesn't even like really further their point.
Created maybe 2020, sometime between 2020 and 2022, right? At this point, they real brazen because they don't think they're going to get held accountable for the murder. So they start saying stuff in their songs like, I just beat a homicide. Ha, 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 walk it off. I just left that boy on the curb. Well, where was Donovan Thomas found, y'all? On the curb. I'm a big lizard, big slime, big shots, riding down your block, hanging out the top. Oh, shoot. Didn't Reginald Hendricks say that somebody was shooting out of the top of the infinity? See, now you start bragging on it because you think you beat it. So now you, like our experts told you, they start bragging about it. What we call is dry snitching. You telling on yourself. Because you don't think that the police are going to find your phone. That's why you threw it. But luckily for Viverito, she listened to some jail calls and found that phone. Because you didn't think we were going to find it. This is called confession. This ain't rap. This is a confession over a beat.
Okay, babe. Yeah. This is love look like a proud mama. I wish we could see. Oh, are they back? No. Well, now.
About a red light, I'm on go, I'm on green. I see an eye, I'm taking him down. Walk him down from a mile. The last homicide, I smiled. How many times you gonna keep talking about the fact that you killed this man? And you bragging about it. This now song number 3. And then I can send the whole gang to the heavenly house? You good with killing folk. That's why you didn't kill Donovan, you didn't kill Shymel.
Okay. I think the problem also is she just said that they were out of the window of the infinity, but we also watched that video. Oh, they're talking again. But we didn't see nobody come out of the window, the sunroof of the infinity either.
Hey, one Shymel killed with a Glock? Wasn't there a Glock on that table? Well, what investigator Viverito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because we're gonna get to Shymel soon. We're about to get to Shymel.
Hylton.
He said that Shannon wasn't linked to the 40, but he linked to having guns thrown away. That's what he did in 2015. He's linked to the gun that was probably in the house an hour before he killed Shymel, sitting on the table in front of him. We ain't gonna play this one either, but let's talk about what he's saying this. I see ops fall, Shell, know my call. That's Shell Kell, y'all. Every slime play nasty. That's what he says in the song. They wonder how we lasted. Bout my gang, it will never end. Again, beat the hum. What do you think, y'all? No evidence. He don't realize that what his 2 co-conspirators said is evidence. Those interviews are evidence. His confession over a beat is evidence. This is evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And this is evidence you can take to the bank, deliberate, and find him guilty. The surveillance video is evidence. No, we don't have his phone records, but you got his 2 friends telling y'all what he did. And they don't got no reason to lie on him. For what?
These songs, it's making it heavily about lyrics, which is not, I don't think, advantageous to them.
Donovan Thomas was the big homie. There was no need for that ad lib at the end of the song. But again, in 2020, they brazen. They have the audacity to think that they can just brag about killing somebody and no one's going to hold them accountable. That's what they're doing in 2020.
Yes. Oh, I like that song. Are they back? I did like that song though. I tried to find it, but I couldn't.
Mom.
Yes, babe.
Cookie.
You can have no cookie. We're watching the trial, Kaya. Who's gonna win? YSL or the state?
Cake.
The state?
Yeah.
That he got rounds of bullets in his Tahoe and on the street. So they want you to believe that, oh, that's a creative line Mr. Williams did. No, it's not. It's him bragging. It's him bragging. It's him wanting to claim responsibility for it. And we talked about judging, like when I say subliminal messaging. But the subliminal is you, as the consumer, don't know what he's talking about. But his family, who know that Donovan drive a Tahoe, know exactly what he's talking about. Everyone in the gang knows exactly what they're talking about because that's who he's talking to. But because the masses bop to the song, they say, well, no, that's just his artistry. No, that's just his confession and his bragging over.
She left because she knew that y'all didn't like her answer. Also, somebody tagged me because the story that Love told about the bicycle and being distracted, and she said her friend told her. Apparently, she took that story, which I'm not surprised. I imagine most attorneys, they always have a friend who, like politicians, a friend told me a story that's very relatable to this moment. It feels very like you just Google a story and chat GPT and come back with one. But the fact that somebody found the story is hilarious. Very. Oh, Peach Milkshake said, I heard the story before. Oh, well, that's hilarious. She gonna go over her time. Okay, here we go.
What he got crawling up on him? A snake. They signed. That is a subliminal message to everyone else. Yeah, we did that. What's at the end? He got a rat going down his mouth because they eat rats. They eat the people who snitch on them. He already told you himself, you ought to get killed from me and YSL if you snitch. See, that video is not just, oh, a nice artistic video. That has symbolism in it. So now they're guilty of all those. Us. We're talking about Shymel. Young man, probably started associating with people from YFN. But on the day that he was about to get killed, he's about to go back to his girlfriend's house and go eat some spaghetti. That's what he's doing at the light. Get ready to go back. You see him go inside the gas station. He's not worried about a thing. He doesn't know that seconds later he's going to lose his life. So the timeline here, this is, and I'll tell you here, this is a direct result of retaliation from the stabbing of Lucci. So what do we have? February 9th, Rayshawn Bennett gets stabbed in the Fulton County Jail by Jada Myrick. February 22nd, Eppinger calls Antonio Sumlin to see if he could get paid for finishing what Myrick didn't do. Then you heard about that emergency bond paperwork that was filled out on March 3rd. Then sometime around early March, the media hears about the YFN Lucci stabbing. It gets picked up on media. On March 11th at 3 a.m., Two YSL associates,
Yes, girl.
Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, are murdered on I-75 and I-85. That same night, there's a shooting at 12 Atlanta where a YFN associate gets shot in the head. On March 12th, there's a shootout on Cleveland Avenue with Demekion Garlington and the Ops. On March 12th, there's a 911 call shooting at 2830 Waters Road. March 14th, Shannon Stillwell rents the Audi A5 and puts dark tints on all the windows. March 14th, 10 o'clock is the murder of Shymel Drinks. On March 16th, the shooting at Waters Road, where the investigator RICO comes out. March 17th, there's a search at Waters Road where everything is taken out except for a few guns that they left behind. And then Stillwell and Nichols are arrested. Again, we talk about the state does not have to prove motive, but here, ladies and gentlemen, this is motive. Again, that's that same video with Quindarius, y'all. Christian McMillan's been around since 2009. This is Mr. Williams' long friend, old friend, good friend. And he gets murdered by YFN associates. Oh, you got to pay for that. Here we have just different pictures of them, both Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan, all with other YSL associates. You'll have these in evidence, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunately the car that they were driving in when they were tragically gunned down on March 11th. So here's where the motive comes in, y'all. Just like YSL brags about doing stuff, YFN does the same thing. It's tragic. These posts were despicable. That post crossing out that young girl's daddy and saying that, despicable. But that's the type of stuff that gangs do, right? To keep nudging each other. Well, that would make you mad. You see how heartbroken YSL was for the death of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. They were devastated. These are all different YSL members posting them because they were devastated. And that's where revenge kicks in. That is Mr. Stillwell's post. I ain't gonna be the only one crying. Nope, you're right. The Drinks family crying. Because he had to make sure. And what does he say here? Just ref Mac, I got you, man. Crying emoji, broken heart, taped up heart, devil emoji. He was ready to go op hunting. I know that was in January, but that just goes to show you he already knew how to be on the prowl. He already knew how to go op hunting. And this is what Demekion say on the wiretap on about March 11th and March 12th. March 12th.
I ain't talking about the AD. Oh, AD. Yeah, you know he don't know. Yeah.
You know what he on. He on looking for them folks who killed our boys. That's what he on.
Yo, looks like some you said we wait and look for them. Okay. I said nobody. Yeah, I know. Well, I need that. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Same shit. Same shit. I was like, sometimes you'll come pick me up. Shit, that was yeah. Next time, be here on Rockland. I said, man, Rockland, you know, cold. Yeah. I tried that shit yesterday, but nigga don't got that. Yeah.
Same shit. We all on the prowl. We looking. We went because we need to go find them folks who killed our boys. So we out hunting. Let's go rent this car. Now, this notion that they rented the car because Taisha got into the gunfight. Well, she got into the gunfight on March 9th. So she got into the gunfight on March 9th. Why y'all just renting the car on March 9th? They rent the car on March 14th. Oh, here we go. And what do? Immediately go to the tent place to go get the rental car tinted. Well, why do you do that when you're op hunting? Because the ops don't know what kind of car you in. So you can disguise yourself in this Audi because they don't know you in it. So they're not suspecting you. That's not the car that they're used to. So when you go op hunting, you got to switch the car out because they're not expecting to find you in the car. And then you get tints, but not just regular tints, y'all, like dark black tints. Like you can't see nothing. Some may say those are not the tints you're ever allowed to have on your car. Why? Because you op hunting. What do we know about Shell Kell and Demikion Grimes on social media? What does investigative RICO tell you? That because she was following both pages, she could see who followed who, and Demikion followed Kelvin Watts. So what post do we see? This post was posted, I believe, on March 13th. And it's a picture of Mr. Drinks, Jasper Walters, and Kelvin Watts. And Shell Kell reposted it with the two shells, the zipper lip, and the black heart. And I guess for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garner, there must be a confession. Because this is the post that got Mr. Drinks killed. Because remember, no one knew who Mr. Drinks was. The investigators didn't know. When you listen to some of the wiretaps y'all listen to, they didn't know. So this post is the post that gets him killed. Not any verification, not that you should have been killing anybody anyway, but no verification whether or not they actually did or anything. But because Shell Kell posted two shells, a zip lip, and a black heart, that was Mr. Drinks' death sentence. Op hunted. The reason why we took this picture, y'all, is if you remember from the video, and we're going to look at the video in a moment, Shannon was parked about right here in the alley. And we know that because you see him when he comes in. If you watch the videos, you see when he comes in. Remember that Mr. Drinks pulled up to this pump. No, this pump. They had the best vantage point to see when Mr. Drinks came in, when he walked into the store, when he walked back out the store, and when he pulled off. They were scoping it out. Verifying. I submit they in the car. Is that him? Oh, yo, I think he do got the same sneakers on. I think that's him, y'all. Scoping it out. Sit back, watching it. Let's watch the video.
I'm muted just for a second because, oh my gosh, I just can't believe she's continuing to go. Only because if I was like being cognizant of the jury and no, like, I'm just surprised I guess you have a script, a presentation, you're going to do your presentation, but my goodness, I would be concerned that like these people are tired. And here I am going back over evidence that we've already gone through. Like, that's crazy. I see Bossman Bambino is saying Simone's tone in closing is aggressive and annoying. I have to just be mindful. Let me just be clear, okay? Because I like to tiptoe a little bit. But this is why I said I couldn't be a lawyer, because I wouldn't be aggressive intentionally, but like naturally when I am passionate and expressive, I can sound like her, right? Which I think is, what happens versus when, what's his name? Max Schardt is up and he's also very expressive and he gets loud and all of that. It can just come across differently. So I just wanted to call that out and be mindful of that we are not, see, yeah, sister, you loud. See, I know. I get very loud. I can. And there's a lot of connotations that go along with that. So I just want to be mindful of that. But I'm tired and she's still going and I'm tired. That's really my problem. And I think that this energy, yes, this energy doesn't match the evidence presented. That's really my surprise is like,
Now you see when Mr. Cornelius Nichols gets to the gas station.
the evidence isn't as confident. As confident as she is doesn't match the actual case that they presented. And I think conviction is a good word, Larita, here. I think like the conviction in your voice when you are passionate and like expressing yourself.
That's when Miles gets out the car.
I don't know why we're rewatching. I mean, she's focusing.
That's when Shannon walks to the car first, and we know it's Shannon because of the March 16th. They're wearing the same clothing.
I know she's focusing on the murders, but it's just at this point, I just don't think this was done strategically, smartly, like done very well. From their entire case down to the closing, it's not hitting for me personally. And I liked her energy in the beginning. I also like a little relatability because I can be very not uptight. So I typically enjoy when people are speaking to me the way that I would speak to me. So I don't have a problem with that. For her, I think it's funny when she's talking like she's at the house. I think it's hysterical. But again, what really matters is the presentation of the case and the case itself, the evidence. And that's where I'd be like, girl, what are we doing? That's like me saying, child.
Cornelius Nichols when he walks inside the store.
If I was a lawyer, I would be up in the courtroom like, no, you did that. You know you did it. They would be like, please stop her.
And then that's when Miles walks into the store. In his Slama dye shirt. Miles and Carmazon leave out the store, and Miles, in a moment, gets back into the car, and Carmazon's pumping the gas.
Low-key, that feels problematic, actually. I didn't even realize it was titled op hunting.
Carmavis goes back into the store. And this is Mr. Drinks pulling into the gas station. Now, this is how ironic that Carmavis and Drinks never, you're going to see, they never see each other. Because Carmavis gets into the car and Mr. Drinks sits in the car for a little while. Now, it would appear that all their business is done at the gas station. But they don't leave. It is 21:56. Now Mr. Drake is finally getting out the car. See where he's walking? He's walking closest to where Drinks and Demikian are in the car. Because remember, from here, y'all, you see the Audi lights. The Audi's here. He just walked right here. In the same sneakers from the picture. And coat and jacket.
Her little bicycle analogy can be used against her. She's so focused on this that she missed that third car and the car that made the U-turn. That's right in front of her face.
They're still sitting there. None of them come back into the store.
We can't put it in 2 times speed because we're caught up.
Mr. Drinks walks out.
We would have to make her go. We would have to put her herself in 2 times speed, but we can't.
And he walks back to his car. Now it's 21:58. Neither car, they're not pumping gas, they're not getting anything. They're watching Mr. Drinks. I submit confirming that that's the person in that social media post.
I mean, she's doing right. We rewatched with Schardt. He had us rewatch, but he had us rewatch like the certain part. He didn't make us rewatch this. And she's just retelling the story instead of focusing on like the specific like we don't need a retelling of the story. Focus on the things that like really drive your points home. But that's not what's happening. It's always felt like quantity over quality for the state. And this feels like that. Listen, agent gave $10 to say, Hylton, we saw this already. We want to go home. Listen, girl, this is nothing new.
Now Shymel has finally gotten into the car. And I submit this is what's happening.
Hey,
He wanted him to call on video real quick. Call him on FaceTime real quick. You know what happens on FaceTime. You've heard testimony about what happens on FaceTime. What happens on FaceTime is that is when criminal activity is planned because they think that FaceTime, you cannot track it. Now watch as Mr. Drinks pulls out of the gas station. They have been sitting there for minutes, y'all. Y'all been watching this video like, what we gonna do next? That's how long we've been sitting here. And as soon as Mr. Drinks pulls out, that is when vehicle number one pulls out, hunting car. And then that's when the second car immediately pulls out. They sat there, y'all. We were quiet for at least 2 minutes here when they did nothing. And they want to tell you that some other car killed him? That's them driving by the liquor store. They laid in wait until Mr. Drinks pulled out. You have to look at all the evidence together, not just the FedEx video, but we're going to talk about that FedEx video. This is them pulling up to the light. You see there's somebody walking on the street, walking this way towards the gas station. Here go the 3 cars pulling up at the light. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it here, but we know that there's a red light. Shannon and Nichols are stopped at the red light. They stop. Drinks is in the left turning lane. Shannon is right next to him, and Kwame is right next to Shannon. Y'all now see the traffic going in the opposite direction that they are in. Then you see Nichols pull up. I'm just going to submit that this car stops here. This car, I think, saw what happened. Because he stops a little behind it, like, whoa. You had the person walking down the street. Mr. Schardt, and we're going to talk about this car in a moment. Mr. Schardt talked about what the medical examiner said. What she said was there will be no conscious movement. She didn't say anything about unconscious movement. Because that is what you see with the brake lights, y'all. No, he could not consciously say, let me go. But the unconscious movement, because he just been shot in his head, is what is happening. They, y'all got to think about this, because this is what they didn't want to show you.
Tell us, girl.
Shannon went from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. Mr. Schardt didn't want to talk to you about that. He want to tell you about a car that turned around because he heard the gunshot, but the man or woman walking down the street didn't hear any gunshot. That person walking, just chilling.
Come on and walk.
You think if the people in the car heard the gunshot and turned around, Don't you think that the person walking down the street would be like, hold up, let me back up? It's a gunshot down there. No. Could it be that maybe the car that turned around saw the liquor store and said, shoot, let me go get me a drink. It's Saturday. Could it be they left something at the gas station? He wants you to believe that the only reason why they turned around is because they heard gunshots. That doesn't make sense when someone is walking down the street.
We're still here.
It don't make sense. Now let's talk about the car that was closest to them. You see what time the cars are going. Here are the 3 cars in a straight line. Do you see that straight line? It's a straight line. The 3 cars. Shannon's car is directly next to Mr. Drink's car. And that's going to be important when I show you these crime scene photos.
I think I said I wanted to do this too. Okay.
This other car that he wants to talk about, that he's like, oh, this is the one who killed, this is the person who shot. Oh, and we couldn't get LPR. What? Where was I going to get LPR from? You can't see no license plate. I don't even know what type of car it is. That car is never directly next to Mr. Drinks. It is always behind. I submit they saw what happened. And when they inched up, they looked over, was like, oh, let me get up out of Dodge. As most other cars did, except for Mr. Cheeseborough. Mr. Cheeseborough's call did not come in until 10:27, because every other car did what that car did. They drove by it. That car actually waited at the red light versus Mr. Stillwell almost hitting traffic. So this notion that he stopped at the red light, if you didn't just shoot and kill somebody, why are you fleeing through traffic to get on the highway at 90 miles an hour? Use your common sense. Many of y'all, if y'all choose to talk to us at the end and you can, once the judge lifts all the admonitions, some of you may ask, how I get chosen? And we're going to say, because you got common sense. Your common sense will tell you that when you go from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour, when you see the person who you think killed your best friend, that you shot and killed him. That's just your common sense. Not some random car that pulls up behind and unfortunately may have witnessed a shooting and they don't want to be involved. Let's look at the car.
I'm about to get some wine. I'm stressed.
The crime scene pictures take pictures for a reason. Here go the bullet holes. 1, 2, 3. See, Mr. Schardt didn't show you that. Because if you see the crime scene photos will show you that the bullet went through the door where Mr. Stillwell's car was. And we'll talk about the gunshot residue. What makes sense? There's no muzzle flash anywhere on the video. So this is nonsense. You don't see no muzzle flash. Mr. Drink's dead though. So we know a gun was fired. Let's take his theory. You don't see the muzzle flash when the other car pulls up, do you? You don't. That theory makes no sense. You have to take all the evidence, not just FedEx, but everything that occurred. Like I told you, he went from literally, y'all, 18 miles all the way to 90.
But she just said he was
to 90.
She just said he was on the highway.
This is the intersection. This is 1 minute later.
He's on.
What you fleeing for 90 miles per hour if you ain't killed nobody?
You
was just chilling?
I have a question. Excuse me. I have a question.
And then you go to the studio and do what you do. You brag. Because remember, they all went to the studio. And what did he say? Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. Look how they just dropped it. Poor little ops. Look how they just dropped it. Those are his words. After he just executed a man at a light. He goes to the studio to go rap about it. This is why they think they above the law. Mikion say afterwards? Now I know I don't know if y'all remember when them two got into it, Mr. Rito was like, he said city, he said city. No, he said, I'm coming back. We just coming back through, riding, trying to see. This is at early morning hours on March 15th. Why are you coming back through the crime scene if you ain't did nothing? Why? This is Mechanicsville, y'all. They went to Fulton Industrial. This is coming back in the city, trying to see. They came back through. Why? Because they want to see, is the police still out there? What they doing? They canvassing? Any of the homeless people see what happened? Let me try and see what's going on. And then what did Mikion say afterwards? This on March 15th, y'all. We got y'all, boys. You right? They thought that they got him because they killed Mr. Drinks, who they thought murdered Christian and Darius. This is we got y'all, boys. Here's a direct response to the shooting. Remember, this on March 16th. YFN folks, and we know it's YFN, or we believe it's YFN, because remember these shell cases, massive shell cases of the Darius Ford, Christian McMillan shooting.
It's like going on yesterday, and it's crazy. That's what happened back pre-torn. For real? Yeah, no, they shut up the big spot I was in, you think? They shut up the big spot, bro? Yeah, man. So we got down, think they gonna come back. Think they gonna come back through, swear pull up. And yeah, gonna come to the window. You know, I live in the living room, it's crazy, but nobody here. And you know what did, what y'all know. Yeah.
What did he say? They shot Big Nick spot because their boy got killed in mechanics. Again, the streets know before we know. But how did we find out? Because their house got shot up. And I don't know why they wear the same clothes. I have no idea. I don't know why they didn't want to change their clothes, but they decided they wanted to be in their same clothes for 2 days. I don't know. But they did. And that's how they found out. Remember what Investigator Hogan said, Investigator Flores, they didn't know really what happened on the night of. All he knew is he had some suspects on the surveillance video, and that's it. And just lo and behold, Viverito just at APD doing what she normally does, just say, hey, do you need help? And he's like, let me show you the surveillance video. This is all I got. And she's like, oh, snap. That's Shannon. I just saw him earlier today. Oh, and that's the car? He literally just told me that that's his car. And they're like, well, why would he do that? Why? I mean, if he just killed somebody in there, because they think they above the law. So they go, and they don't know at the time what the police know. So he tells them.
Jury instructions tomorrow. Once she's done, they're done for the day. They come back to.
So let's talk about consciousness of guilt.
Oh my gosh, you have more, Hylton.
So these are text messages,
girl,
on the 15th, and he is telling Poker, we need to get this hotel room. We need to get up out of Dodge. We need to lay low. He tells her, don't tell anyone any information. Why you gotta do all that if you ain't killed nobody? Because of
I just need a second to not hear her voice, and then I'm gonna turn it back on. I just need a break. My brain needs a break. Okay, okay. Here we go. We back again. I just needed to break it up. Okay, here we go.
This didn't become important after she done almost got robbed. What else you have? You're searching for the crimes? They want to tell you, well, that's because his grandmama told him and his girlfriend told him. Well, they told him on March 14th about the shooting. He not Googling on March 14th. He Googling on the 17th. Oh, what happened? Viverito. Remember what they said in them jail calls? Shit, Miss V know everything. Right? They like, Miss V know everything. So that's why they start Googling, well, what Miss V know? What they got? This is the same way he started Googling on the 12th, on the 12 Atlanta shooting. What them folks got about that shooting over at 12 Atlanta? You know Steven did that. What they know? That's why you Googling. Consciousness of guilt. You done flat your good Chick-fil-A sandwich. Out of the park. Why? You start hearing them helicopters going. You like, hold on. It's the 17th. I've been Googling. I ain't heard a whole lot. Now I got helicopters? Let me get up out of here. The police sirens going, helicopters going, and they go fleeing. That's consciousness of guilt. You deleting content from the phone? You got Grandma Betty helping you out deleting the contents of your phone? Why? Oh, because you don't want us to find that music you done put on there. You don't want us to find that those contents, those lyrics you've been writing. You don't want us to see the text messages that you out hunting. You got your, I don't know if it's a little brother, little cousin. I'm not gonna play the call for you, but that's that call where Grandma Betty's like, you better hurry up and get home. You know what you got to do. Them folks got the phone. Why are we deleting the stuff? And it's not because of poker, because they didn't delete it until Viverito got the phone. He ain't want poker to have the phone. We started deleting it when the police got the phone. That's consciousness of guilt, ladies and gentlemen. And then let's talk about the call that Mr. Schardt played, because he ain't played the whole call. So we're gonna play another portion of the call.
What's up, man? Man, shit, why huh? I said, why you listen to the young boy? Leave the door, right? Yeah, you know, he's trying to have all this shit. So, yeah, are you oh, this is another one? This yeah, bro. I know I did, manager about this time. I said, that's what you're right. That's what I really feel split, so I said, like, I can't, man. I won't.
I imagine she's just going to keep going till she's done. It's just a matter of how much longer does she have. So, yeah. You can never hear those audio calls. It's just a bunch of sounds. I mean, I think maybe it's better in the, when I was there, they didn't play no audio calls. So I don't know if it's actually better in there. Yeah, girl, look at the time. We tired. That's still going too, child. Oh, my. Oh, my. I just. Was downstairs. I mean, obviously they're doing it because they in their mind it's going to help their case. So, you know, they press forward. It's just a lot. It's a lot. And I think to the point, it's been a whole day of information being dumped on on the jurors. Like, is this at this point, this late in the day, you really think this is going to help your case, or is it more likely to help or hurt at this point?
It's a lot of shit. So, yeah. Having blow. They blow? Having blow. Oh, yeah. I ain't talking. I'm playing with the concrete deal now. Yeah, you can ask me what's going on.
I know. Do they save dinner for the inmates? They missed their dinner call, I'm sure. Are they gonna get to eat? This is a mess.
Damn, bro. Like, yeah, I know that.
They just got them. They on mild.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know what the fuck you can get out the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling for. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like,
The good thing is, you guys, like literally, this is the last step, right? Tomorrow, obviously, instructions, but like this is winding down time. This case could have a verdict very soon or not, but it could. We are very close to the very end. And that I'm happy about. Jesus. Okay, let me play it.
Not one word. What they trying to portray, what they say, man, don't say shit.
This long call, girl.
I know like how they go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. I've been just trying to keep bullet calm. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, do that.
Jazz.
I don't really be liking that culture and shit. That shit got me all out. Like, yeah. But then, that was I'm like, what the hell is that? Farm. Oh. So they go like farm. Okay. Yeah. She really kind of told me to be out of the corner. I just already said what I did by myself. Yeah? Yeah. I remember. Yeah. I remember myself. That's when he saw the way I see the turn head. Yeah. But I do the last. She coded on. No better on my page and shit. So I don't know who told her to video check like, bro, I ain't lying. I say, you running down to some head, man. Huh? I say, I ain't saying running down to some head. Yeah. I ain't on this phone. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like, before I was like, out of the church. Yeah. I'm like, shit, you know what's going on. Like, yeah, right, you know, the problem is going with everybody else like this, bro. You know how this shit is, bro. Try this shit, but like, I'm like, everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on, bro. I'm like, y'all, they gonna need you. Hey, the corner right there. I go for it, quiet. Yeah. Yeah, now they get figure like hours on three at the stove. This shit like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, good thing. They know, so I just stay away from that. That's the police shit. Yeah, man. Got down. You know, they pen piles, the rings, all this shit up. Yeah. Don't come back clean. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
This is
there's a few things that happened in this call. So let's talk about the first part of the call. The first part of the call, they're talking about Miles Farley. And if y'all remember, y'all heard the jail calls when they were trying to get protection for Miles Farley. Well, this call is on April 1st, early in the morning before Miles is arrested. And what you hear them talking about in the call is, one, I don't know why Miles got out the car. That's the only thing they really got on him because they saw him on the surveillance video. And more importantly, they're saying, tell Miles don't talk to the police. Tell Miles don't talk to them folk. Because see, Miles ain't never been in jail. So they think if Miles starts talking to the police, he the weakest link. So they're like encouraging Miles, don't say nothing to him. So that's what the two people who are in the shooting car are trying to make sure that they are protected by making sure Miles don't talk. So that's the first part of the call. Then you hear them talking about Dolly White. Well, we all know Dolly, Doug's sister. And they're talking about getting payment for a lawyer. And then before that, or right after that, they're talking about Blizzy seeing the Mikion at the hotel in Cobb County. Remember, Blizzy is the ops, Carlos Barber. And so now the Mikion is updating Shannon about what's happening. Because remember, Shannon's been in custody now since March 17th. What's also important is that they're on this contraband phone. So remember, early in the call, they're like, Shannon, I couldn't be on that other phone because they got my phone. So now I'm using somebody else's in jail contraband phone so that we can talk. So on this contraband phone where they don't think anyone can hear them because they don't know it's a wiretap, they're like, hold on, Miles is tripping. Tell him don't talk to them police. He said the other boy tripping too. I submit he's talking about Carmavius Nichols. He said, I'm just trying to keep Buddy calm. Because remember, at this time, only 2 people are locked up. Shannon and Cormarvius. Miles is not locked up, and we have not confirmed that DeMarco Boyer is a part of this. So he's trying to keep Quay down, trying to keep Miles from snitching, and that's what they're talking about. Then towards the end of the call, and I know Mr. Schardt trying to flip this, but he says, if they get my car, it's going to be clean because ain't going to be no GSR in it. Who says that? And let's see, did he go get the car clean? He did. These circles, and y'all going to have these pictures in the back, are watermarks. You see, they ain't do a good job cleaning it, but it's watermarks dripping on the dashboard, over here, because he got the car clean. See, he thought maybe in his mind that the gunshot residue might be on the dashboard. It might be over here. Because he shot that gun out the window. He ain't shoot the gun in the car. Go look back at the trajectory, and he could not have shot in the car. He had to shoot out the car because the bullet had to go through the car, through the window, into Shymel Drinks. I submit he not inside the car like, ping, ping. That's not what he's doing. He gonna put his hand out the car and he gonna shoot. Ping, ping. So when he's talking about they gonna wipe the car, it's gonna be clean, because that's what he think the gunshot residue gonna be. And what did Mr. Colvin tell you? He said, I took 2 dabs. I think he said he took about 8 or 16 dabs, but I didn't dab the entire headliner. He said there could be portions that had it. That's just not what I tested. You saw how big the headliner was. We pulled it out the bag for you. Is it possible, reasonable that it could have been on another piece of the headliner? Yes. Or is it reasonable that all of the gunshot residue went out the car? Because remember what he said. He said it's going to be a poof, but it's going to go in the direction of the bullet. You might have some blowback, but not a whole lot, unless the shooting happened in the car. The shooting didn't happen in the car. Therefore, it's not going to be a whole bunch of gunshot residue inside of the car. Remember, we asked him, is there going to be a distinction between the two? He said there's going to be way more gunshot residue if, say, the Mikion or someone in the car fired. But if the gun is outside the car window, it's going to blow back a little, not a lot. It's going to go towards the direction of the gun, or of the bullet. But that would be towards the direction of Mr. Drinks. Bing, bing. So any gunshot residue, he thought he wiped down. That's why he says that on a contraband call to his co-conspirator, who they both killed, Shymel. Don't worry about it, bro. If nothing else, when they got the car, don't worry about that gunshot residue. We cleaned that. That's why he wanted to extend the car rental. He extended the car rental on March 15th. He had to. He couldn't take the car back. By this time, I got to get that thing cleaned down. We got to do something with it. He probably going to try to get rid of it. But we called him on the 17th. He ain't have enough time. Now, I'm almost done, y'all.
Like a stretch.
But I found it ironic.
Come on, girl.
How the first murder and the last murder in this indictment, how eerily similar they are. How ironic is it they both named Nut? They both happened near gas stations. They both using rental cars, one by Jeffrey Williams, one by Shannon. They both have multiple YSL defendants. They both travel after the murder. He talks about going, they flee to Miami. He talks about poker. He talks to poker about going to Miami. They go into the studio, writing lyrics about it. They're both, Shymel and Donovan are affiliated, associated with YFN. But they want you to believe this is just two totally unrelated cases. Oh, and Shannon is supposed to be the shooter in both of them. The one who's always on go. He says it himself, but Quindarius said it too. The one who wants to do the murder because he wants status in the game. But they want to tell you, don't believe any evidence that the state brought. Don't believe any of it. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you not to do that. You know, Mr. Drinks, young man, maybe trying to find his way, maybe getting caught up in the wrong crowd. But on that day, he should have been able to go to his girlfriend's house. He should have been able to maybe decide that these aren't the friends he want to be with. But no, this is what they did to him. Left him at the light like this. And for what? Off a social media post?
I'm so happy he was not zoomed in on that picture.
This is trash that they're doing in our community. Same thing with Donovan. Donovan was trying to turn his life around. Donovan was trying to get into the music business. Donovan was trying to leave that gang stuff alone. He up here drinking his glass of wine when you see the picture. But what did they do? Off of what? Because Donovan was at the barbershop joking, laughing outside. You see the surveillance video? And left him like this. All in the name of YSL. All in the name of the game that they want to tell you is a music group. It's music. This ain't music. This not a song right here, y'all. This is real life. Real dead bodies. Real dead people. Real shootings. This ain't no song over a beat. And they know when they brought him to it, with his flat tattoo, his omerta tattoo, what they were doing. Ladies and gentlemen, they are guilty of every single count that they are both charged with. Mr. Atkins told you what this was about. Destruction of people.
You could have ended right there.
Of the community that they live in.
Could have ended, girl.
Deception. They want to deceive you by telling you that these people in here are just lying just to lie. They're trying to deceive you to tell you that this is all about rap music, rap business. It is not. This is about death. How many dead bodies at the hands of YSL? How many people shot at the hands of YSL? They are a gang by every definition of the word. And you want to talk about we are here just trying to get people of color? No, I'm trying to get gang members to stop committing violent acts. in this community, in Fulton County, where each of their victims are people of color. The people that they destroyed, the people that they hurt, the people that they tarnished. Young boys. Rodalius Ryan could have had a promise in life. But what is it? He out here murdering folk at the hands of YSL. Christian Eppinger at the hands of YSL. Go catch you a body. That's how you become slime. That's what he says in his song. Go catch you a body. I'll show you how to be slime. And that's what these little boys are doing. Catching a body to be slime. But they want to tell you that we got a vendetta on people of color? It's ridiculous. It's absurd.
She ain't like that.
And intimidation. These two defendants, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell, are guilty. They are guilty of murder. They are guilty of gang acts. They're guilty of conspiracy to violate RICO. And I ask of you, look at the evidence. Look at the law. I know it took some time. I know you probably want to go home and get your turkey. I know, I get it. But I am asking you all to go back there, finish this marathon, finish this race, hold them accountable for their actions. When you apply the law with the facts and the evidence, there's only one just conclusion, that these defendants are guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. I'm asking you to do something. I'm asking you to hold them accountable. I'm asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Listen,
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention and your patience during this very long day. I know this was not an easy day for y'all. It's been a lot of hours here in the courtroom today, but y'all paid good attention and close attention, and everybody appreciates that. So let me give you some instructions before you return tomorrow. To maintain the integrity of this trial, remember that you must decide this case based only on the evidence submitted during the trial and the law as I will explain it to you. I have not yet given you this law. I will do that tomorrow. So it's not yet time to deliberate. Do not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any people or places mentioned during the trial, including online, through the internet, through any kind of traditional media or references, through social media, or by asking anyone anything about this case, and not from any other source, electronic or otherwise, should you get information about this case or about the law. Do not watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, on social media, or through any other type of communication with anyone. In short, as I've told you before, do not seek any information, including even hypothetical questions about this case, from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. And until the deliberations begin, which is not going to be until tomorrow, after you have heard the law that applies to this case, do not discuss this case with anyone or even amongst yourselves. Do not allow anybody to discuss it with you. Remember, you all have a late start tomorrow, so I'll see y'all at 11. We won't have a traditional long lunch break since we're starting late, so go ahead and eat something before you get here and come in ready to get back to business on the case. We'll see you at 11. Thank you.
All right, so the jury.
Everyone grab your cups. Cheers. We are at 7.5 hours. This feels like a marathon. I feel like I've been on a marathon. I can't believe this. And then the first part of the day is on a whole different video. This isn't even the whole day. I submit to you.
All right, and for all of y'all, because we all still have some business to wrap up and, dot all the I's and cross the T's on before we join the jury joins us again, let's plan to be here at 9:30. All right. See everybody then. Thank you.
Okay. I am going to say one thing and then I'm getting off of here
Yes.
because I have 5 videos to make today and they have nothing to do with YSL. I just want to say, I thought her coming out and her ending, I felt like we're strong. It's that middle. Everything after like 5 minutes into her start and then like probably the last 5 minutes of how she ended was strong. I was in it, felt like conviction. It's when she started talking about the evidence that I got lost. Girl, you're losing me. But when she's just talking, it feels like more genuinely and like just recounting, saying things, it feels better for me. That's how I feel. I know y'all don't have to agree with me. But that's how I feel. But overall, I think that the defense did a much better job. Honestly, I think that they do. Did the state get a 3-for-1 on the red suits? I am done with you. Wait, Shauna said the whole thing was weak. I do think that that's probably the problem, is that everybody's minds are made up. I think the only closing that could have impacted a juror's decision was Schardt when he did the video. I think that felt stronger, but other than that, Hylton just really restated the whole thing. I don't think it was like convincing enough. I think my child is sneezing. I guess I'm ordering dinner because it's late. I know. I'm just happy we're done. Yeah, there was a lot of like nothingness there, but we did it. Thanks for hanging with me, you guys. Thanks for powering through this day. I won't be live tomorrow for the charges, the order. I mean, the instructions. I'm not doing that. I did enough today, so I won't be live. I'm going to drink this wine. I'm going to feed my children who I've neglected because I've been in this room. And then we'll be on jury watch. And as soon as we get on verdict watch, as soon as we get an actual verdict, I'll be live for that. But up until then, I'm going to mind my business, prepare for Thanksgiving, cook my food, that kind of stuff. Question: was Doug's emotion more convincing or Simone's? For me, I think that they were both good because they have different styles, but maybe because I can relate to the conviction that Hylton had, like both of their emotions, I would say, resonated with me. I think her whole middle lost me versus Doug's entire closing. I was tuned in, but her whole middle section lost me personally. But that her beginning and her ending, I thought she came out strong and I thought she ended strong. Everything in the middle, it's a toss up. Do what you want to do. Doug's is good. I'm going to get off of here and I will try to timestamp when Doug starts, when Schardt starts, which was the beginning, and then when Hylton comes back. Maybe I'll even highlight when the comment is made about the outfits. I'll try, because I don't think I'm going to be able to do a full-on recap. So all of that to say, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to drink this. Have a good, whatever today is, Monday. Don't do nothing to make me make a I'm Not Lawyer Butt video on you, because I will. Join the Patreon. Become a member if you're not. Subscribe if you haven't. Okay, bye. 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 I don't want to be a fool for you. All right.